Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's now 1:30 and it's time to open the hearing session for the next part of Matter 10, which concerns the area vision and the site allocations for London Bridge. My name is Philip Milam, and along with my colleague David Spencer, we are inspectors appointed by the Secretary of State under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act to carry out the independent examination of the new Southwark Plan. I'm sure you'll all now be familiar with Jacqueline Christie, who's the Programme Officer, and she's present during the session. I'm sure you've all communicated with her over the course of the last weeks and months. Just in terms of, I'm not going to do a lengthy sort of formal introduction again, because a lot of people have heard it. But just in terms of the format of the session, for everyone's benefit, I'd like a member of the council's team to be visible on screen at all times. And for other participants, if you could remain with your cameras off and your microphones muted until it's your opportunity and turn to speak. Obviously, for anyone who's not comfortable with putting their camera on, don't feel compelled to, but otherwise turn those on at the appropriate time. Please also don't use the chat functions or share any documents electronically. If there's anything that needs to be shared, we'll ask for that to be provided separately to Jacqueline, the Programme Officer. So before we've all got an agenda, which hopefully everyone's had sight of. Just before we sort of get into the meat of that session, Ms. Seymour, do you just want to tell us who's going to be participating from your team today?
Yes, so there's myself and Mr. Zoukaris, who's going to be helping with the evidence on the sites, as well as the design and heritage. And Mr. Gozo, who carried out the statement of common ground with Guys, so that he will be presenting evidence on that.
Thank you very much. Okay. I think everyone who's in the meeting has managed to, who's joined and heard my introductions. I think we've now got Mr. O'Connor in the meeting. He will have heard the usual introductions on a couple of occasions, I'm sure. So hopefully nobody's missed out on anything. There was one other participant that I was possibly expecting, but what we'll try and do is we'll try and make a start on the agenda, and then we'll, if that person arrives in the meeting session, then we'll try and pick up their points at the appropriate time. So as I said, we have got an agenda with a number of sites and points on it. Into my anticipation, depending on how we get on making progress through the agenda, we may need to have a mid-afternoon adjournment for everyone's comfort. But obviously, if we're making very good progress for any reason, then it may be appropriate to either finish off, or as I say, we may well take the adjournment sort of mid-afternoon. But we'll see where we get to. So without further ado, then I'll start on item 1 of the agenda, which is a sort of general point in terms of the soundness of the London Bridge area vision. And my sort of first question to the council really is the area vision overall justified, and is it appropriate?
Yes, so this is an opportunity area in the London Plan. We have had this set out as an opportunity area in the Southwark Plan as well. And there has been considerable development since that took place. So there were proposal sites in the Southwark Plan to deliver the London Bridge station. And there's been 92,000 square feet of retail with 70 units. The number of trains per hour has been increased from 16 to 24. And there's now 95 million passenger journeys that go through there. And then there was also the Potters Field site as well, where there were 356 housing units developed. So that's what's happened from the last plan to this plan. And then moving forward on this plan, we are looking for continuing to retain the world-class business and office space. And that's mixed in with some residential space as well. And you have the Thames Special Policy Area, along the north boundary with the river. And so there's a lot of archaeology and history in this small part of the borough, but it's of significant importance. And so we are setting out in the vision how we expect the world-class and new developments to come forward to deliver significant development for the sites that they're on, but within that historic context. But on saying that, in this area, most sites have now been developed, because also for that there was the more London sites along the river as well. And so I think that the vision tries to set that context of the type of development that we want, but it's not that we're expecting a lot of different development sites. Most of the sites to be developed are along St Thomas Street, so we'll talk about those later, NSP 50 and 51. There's also Colchurch House, which is NSP 52. And then there's the larger area, which is marked on the vision map, which is the Guys in St Thomas, where we have the statement of common ground. So looking at really developing this area more as a health hub, in order to have the supporting businesses with the hospital. And so that's what we're trying to set out here.
Thank you for that helpful introduction and context, Ms. Seymour. I know that a number of participants sort of had points they wanted to make on this. I've got a couple of further questions I just wanted to go through. We talked a lot sort of in, I think it was back, seems a long time ago, back in week one of the examination in terms of social regeneration charter, and I'm mindful that there is a completed social regeneration charter that covers the St Thomas Street area. And my question was, is it the case that that the vision ought to have reference or regard to that social regeneration charter, and were there any specific outcomes from that charter that have any implications for the vision?
Well, we did take account of them, and we do think that the vision includes those factors, and so I think that we did do that. I don't think we should refer to the charter because it's not a planning document, and it's likely to be updated, and the name of it might change as well. There's conversations around those documents and about how we continue them, and they keep growing and morphing to make sure that they are reflective of the types of documents that we need. But I do think the content of it is reflected in the vision. That's just for St Thomas Street, so that's where all of the development in this area is happening at the moment. There may be smaller sites, very small development, but nothing that you'd put in a development site for a plan. And there's also as is in the notes, there's also a framework that the developers have put together for this street as well, the St Thomas Street framework. So we also took into account the information in that when we prepared the vision. The Social Regeneration Charter, the main area where we make sure that what's in the charter is delivered is in the monitoring. So what we did was, when we went through the monitoring framework, updating it, we went through each of the charters and included the monitoring information so that we could ensure that we are including all of the relevant monitoring indicators, and that we can see how this area is progressing, and if they're met, and then if they're not, what changes to policy we need to make.
That's helpful. Thank you. No, I think that's useful. And I take your point around specific documents, and sometimes, as I said, things can become inadvertently dated by the use of their wording. So I understand that point. Thank you. One of the other thing I wanted to just ask in terms of the vision, and I've perhaps sort of focused in on several occasions over the last sort of couple of weeks around the growth opportunities section. And it was the last sentence of the vision that sort of talked about sort of London Bridge will also contribute towards meeting the borough's housing needs. Was that just sort of as a general, in a general way? Because I'm mindful that the allocations in the plan that then flow from that vision, that all of the residential is a should requirement rather than a must, isn't it?
Yes, yes, that wasn't supposed to mean a significant housing need. That's why we said it would also contribute, and also to take into account any minor windfall development that might come forward, just to being mindful that this is a residential area as well as a business area. But it wasn't supposed to indicate any significant housing development at all, so because, as you rightly say, there isn't any.
Okay, thank you. That's useful clarification. That's helpful. And the last sort of key question I had really was just how the vision relates to the sort of key aims of the Business Improvement District's London Bridge plan.
Yes, sir. So with the London Bridge plan, this is trying to deliver the significant Central London Business District. So we were going to, we're proposing as amendments to put all of the bid boundaries onto the vision maps and all of the neighbourhood forum areas onto the vision maps as well. In this area, London Bridge, that led to us proposing an amendment of the boundary to include the bid area, and it would be along, and to remove the neighbourhood forum area from the London Bridge vision, and instead so that the London Bridge vision would just be for the business district area, and then the southern part of the current opportunity area, where there are no development sites other than one of the Swan Street cluster, would instead be the same vision as the rest of Bermondsey. And the reason why we're proposing that change is because the character of the area where the neighbourhood forum resides is different to the character of the area where the business improvement district can be found. And so that's why we're proposing that this London Bridge vision applies to the area that's north of the Village Forum area, the Bermondsey Village Forum area. And on the map, on the page, on the London Bridge area vision map on page 63, you'll see that part of the vision area didn't cover the whole of the Bermondsey area. So some of it was in the London Bridge one and some of it was in the Bermondsey one. And so we're proposing to have all of the neighbourhood forum area under one vision, because we consider that south of the London Bridge bid area and the area that's currently covered by the forum area is a different character to the more northern part, and that it would be better suited to the type of development for Bermondsey, which is for more lower rise area with as many homes as possible, whilst respecting the local character, and workspaces for creative industries. Now, whilst we recognise that's not going to be considerable development because there's only one site and there's no others, so it would again be more infill and very small windfall type developments. We feel that Bermondsey would be a more appropriate description of the development and the growth opportunities.
You just described sort of quite a lot of detail, and I've got a number of maps and things that have been sent through and in front of me. Do any of those, forgive me if you have sent this through already and I haven't got it open in front of me, is there a plan that shows all of the boundaries as they exist, and another one sort of with I'll call a dashed line to show what your revised proposals are overlaid on the same base? Because I've got sort of separate plans. You sent another plan through that's now called the IP 181A.
Yes. So I do have that, but I don't think we sent it through to you because we were preparing that as part of our statement of common ground, which didn't quite get finished with Bermondsey Forum. So I can provide that for you with the overlay. We do have that, so I can provide that for you, so you can see the different zone. The different proposals on a map. I can provide that for you. So you would have had that if we'd completed the statement of common ground, but we just ran out of time preparing that with Mr. O'Connor.
Yes, I mean you'll know what I'm about to ask in terms of what's the issue in terms. I think I probably need some help from the council in terms of what this. If I'm trying to write a report and there's a soundness issue, what is the soundness issue that's being sought to address, and what's potentially I can understand there's a factual need to show the neighbourhood, the designated neighbourhood areas on the vision plans, and those are already designated through other legislation. They're also shown on the policies map, and translating those into the vision areas is one thing, but then there's obviously a separate point that falls within myself and my colleague Mr. Spencer's locus in terms of what the soundness is and why the rest of the vision area maps, the plans areas need to change.
Yes, sorry. So yeah, it's unfortunate that the Bermondsey Village Forum area is across two vision maps. So some of the northern part of it is within the London Bridge vision map, and some of the eastern part of it is within the Bermondsey map, but not all of it, and then some is not shown at all. So if we were to move forward, we need to put a boundary of the vision areas.
I'm losing you a little, Ms. Seymour. I don't know if you can hear me or not, but I think you might be having some connection problems.
Policies map, the adopted policies map. And so
sorry, Ms.
the
Seymour,
issue is that the current
I don't know if anyone else is having trouble hearing Ms. Seymour, whether it's just me. If anyone could, who's on the screen, Mr. Sikora, you're all struggling. I'm struggling as well. Ms. Seymour, if you can hear us, if you might just want to pause for a moment, because I think your connections has somewhat frozen and we've lost you. What it might be useful to do is hopefully if you can hear the discussion to perhaps yes, I think we've found the source of the problem. Ms. Seymour was temporarily dropped out of the call. So what we'll do is we'll just take a moment there while Ms. Seymour gets herself reconnected into the session. Hopefully that won't take us too long. I'm mindful that there are a couple of hands up, and I will come to you in a moment. Hopefully Jacqueline can see and hear me okay. Jacqueline, if there's any sort of prolonged downtime from Ms. Seymour, if you could let us know, we may, and then that will inform whether we need to take a short adjournment as well. Ms. Seymour reconnects.
Okay, I'll keep an eye out. Hopefully she'll get back in. We have been experiencing some technical problems from the council end. I'm not
Okay.
sure what's happening there. She's coming back in now.
Oh, splendid. I was hoping I wasn't going to have to pad for very long, that's all. Hopefully we'll be having Seymour back with us in a moment.
The system is saying she's joining, so hopefully she will get back in.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Yeah, we'll give Ms. Seymour another minute or so, and then if she hasn't reappeared, then perhaps we'll just take a very brief adjournment, just so that we don't have to sit in silence.
Sir, sorry, if I can just, Jacqueline, Miss Seymour sent through a message saying, can you let her in? I don't know if that's, it says host.
Yes, I've let her in twice now, but
right.
she doesn't seem to be able to get through. It's saying joining, but she keeps dropping out. I think she's in now.
Oh, I think we're there.
Sorry,
sir, I'm so sorry. My whole Zoom went down, and then it said that I was under cyber attack. So I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I take you're no longer under cyber attack, and you're right to continue.
Not that I'm aware. Sorry. So what I was trying to say was that
I don't know how far because I think you'd started to drop out possibly a fair bit before we actually lost you. So I'm not quite sure. I think you were where you'd got to from my perspective. You were sort of, you'd said that the vision maps were obviously spread over the two areas, and you were talking through the need to sort of move those through. Perhaps it might be useful if I just sort of follow up with, I suppose my question is there a soundness problem with leaving the neighbourhood forum areas crossing different vision areas? Are there any actual practical implications rather than tidying up? What is the impact of doing so? Because obviously the forum areas are designated where they are through other legislation, and that's a fairly straightforward sort of matter, I think.
Yeah, I suppose the vision that we have for the Bermondsey Neighbourhood Forum is not the vision that's in the London Bridge vision. So we wouldn't be wanting the central London global international headquarters down in the southern, from in that area. And so I suppose it's about accurately reflecting the type of development within the vision, and we would be looking more for in that Bermondsey forum area to have a lower scale character. We wouldn't be there's no large development sites, so we wouldn't be expecting that sort of development to come forward. And so it's about accurately reflecting the scale and the type of development that might come forward. So on that London Bridge vision map, it's just the very northwest part, because we would also, be considering the area at the north along the river. There's no development sites left there now, whereas there were in the past. And so that's the reason why I'm proposing that we make the amendment. There's some of the some of the neighboured areas isn't shown at all in either of the two vision area maps. So I think it would be clearer if the forum area was shown on one map. As you say, it could be across a number of maps. But I think that the council's position is that the type of development that we would be envisaging to come forward and the character of the place is more in keeping with the Bermondsey vision.
I don't want to sort of prolong this debate about neighbourhood planning, because obviously the forum obviously will obviously need to to have regard to what's in the plan as part of their preparation of their neighbourhood plan. I suppose the other, looking at this from the other end of the telescope, would it not be the case that the vision area maps could be left as they are, but the text in the vision areas needs amending to describe what the circumstances are, rather than
we could do that if we needed to. We could do that.
I think that's I mean, there are a number of ways, and I don't necessarily want to sort of give the council direction on this, because I think
after my things go down,
what the extent of the soundness problem actually is, and whether it's there's a difference between sort of being helpful versus versus, from my perspective, what's got to go in our report in terms of soundness. I think it's probably a good opportunity then at this juncture. I don't have any further questions on the vision per se. Mr. O'Connor would probably be the first person I'd like to hear from in this regard.
Hello, thanks. Is Juliet's camera working? I'm not sure if she's still with us.
She appears to be still with us. I don't know if the cyber attackers have had another go at her internet connection or not, but she does look a little bit.
Because I thought she might present that there was a bit of a difference of opinion about this proposal that's being made to change the area vision boundaries, and
that's what I'd like to hear about first.
Yeah, if she's not going to present the other views, then I would like to do that. I think she may have dropped out again though. So.
I think she has, and I'm mindful that Ms. Seymour is a key participant, so perhaps.
There is something I could mention which she will have seen before, which is just because the St Thomas Street Regeneration Charter and the framework that was done by developers was mentioned. I've just got a few quotes just a couple of quotes I wanted to read out from that benchmark study.
I think I'd just like to make sure that Ms. Seymour has the opportunity to just hear those, in fairness to all participants, Mr. O'Connor. So if you could just keep your powder dry on that just for a moment while we hopefully get Ms. Seymour
I've
back.
just readmitted her.
Okay, we looks like we have Ms. Seymour.
Sorry, sir, I don't know what's going on. I've now got my iPad set up as backup. If I go off again, I'll just come on my iPad, sir. Sorry about that.
You're obviously a high-value target for cyber attack, Ms. Seymour.
I promise it's not us.
That's beyond the locus of even ourselves as inspectors. So
I'm aware that Mr. Lee and Mr. Gray have also got their hands up, so I'll try and be short, and then they may want to cover different aspects of this as well.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Just because the benchmark, the framework, the Social Regeneration Charter was mentioned, and the framework which was done by developers at the council's invitation was mentioned. I said this in matter one, but I just wanted to reiterate two or three little two-sentence quotes from the social and economic benchmark of the residential areas most affected by the St Thomas Street development, because these quotes have been taken out in the summary version which forms part of the evidence. So under key characteristics, it says, as you come south of the railway viaduct, the colours and the materials change. It becomes warmer with brick and timber, the north is harsher with cold colours. Under inequality and deprivation, it says, you've got the Shard and you've got families struggling. The two don't mix really. When you look at the Shard, you think this place has money. When you look at further afield, it doesn't represent them. It says, residents are more likely to have impact on small things, not big schemes like St Thomas Street. The pre-application process means the council officers become emotionally attached to the scheme. Also, the council wants SIL contributions. As locals, we've tried to collaborate and even be led by the council as to how we can have an impact. We've basically been strung along in various ways. Just one more. Everyone living here feels like they're up against an unstoppable juggernaut. Everyone has resignation that this is just the way things run. And then there are some other things about the urban grain and the character of the area. And I guess I just wanted to say that this benchmark study is actually really good. It's got lots of detailed understanding of local views and also some more objective sort of studies. The last one, this is what I meant to mention. There should be a strong recognition that if you're trying to have a more cohesive and assertive community, having a sense of ownership is really important, and having community-led initiatives is really important to us. And in essence, what we proposed was that the local forum and the community should be part of, we want to collaborate with the council to make a framework for this area. And we think the area vision needs to do that. So in simple terms, I'm sure Mr. Lee or Mr. Gray might elaborate on it. The area of the urban grain and the character and the mix of residents and businesses is very different north of the railway line and along by the railway London Bridge station itself, opposite NSP 49. That's very different to the character of NSP 50, NSP 51, the Bermondsey Street Conservation Area and the old Bermondsey neighbourhood area. And what we asked to happen was that, as you were saying could be an option, don't need to change the area vision areas necessarily, but the area vision itself just needs to do a much better job in describing this difference of conditions. And we proposed that the clearest way you could do that would be to say at Weston Street, where you move from NSP 49 to NSP 50, where you move from sort of the context of the Shard and the railway to the 4 to 5 story warehouse buildings that are mentioned in the conservation area as being, you know, their very scale and their very character makes that area what it is. So we would say that NSP 50 and 51 are completely tied to what is the neighbourhood area in character and grain. And we also submitted some photos to the council to show that difference, where you've got identical buildings and character of scale either side of Snowsfields, for example, which is where they're now proposing to draw this boundary. So I just wanted to sort of start by saying we're in disagreement with the proposal for the area to be chopped along the line of Snowsfields, but we're also completely open to a number of ways in which it could be done. And so I'll just finish by saying we think that the area vision should have a better description of its constitutive conditions, like I said. So it should show the neighbourhood area, it should show it in the text, in the diagram, it should talk about the conservation area. And it should be subject to a planning framework, which should be developed through engagement with the local forum, residents, workers, schools, everyone. And this framework, either a wider framework or a framework, and then within that, NSP 50 and 51, or what's left of NSP 50, because half of it's already been approved. We think that should be subject to an action plan or a master plan, and the development of that should be given, you know, the forum, the community should be involved in that, and our emerging proposals and our neighbourhood plans should be taken account. We've been making proposals for this area and they haven't been considered, and that compounds the lack of meaningful consultation on the area vision and the site allocations within. I think I could leave it there for now.
Thank you, Mr. Rickard. I've got a question for you before you just obviously you've had the neighbourhood area formally designated and confirmed. Yeah. What sort of stage of progress and preparation is the neighbourhood plan for that area at the moment? We did a good round of consultation last summer, and we're now at the point of, within the next few months, getting our final consultation, and then the council would do their final consultation. Okay.
Yeah. But I guess when I said we've been making proposals for the area, we've made specific proposals for how some of the heritage assets could be retained on the site allocations. I know we'll come onto the site allocations more specifically, but we've also had dialogue with Councillor Situ about how we could make a master plan framework for those two sites, even though they're not in our area. We could take part in that process and talk about building heights, use, and everything like that. So we're trying to collaborate, and I guess I want to say that while it might seem like it's just a tidy up, what it's in effect doing, this proposal, is shutting us out from these two sites, NSP 50 and 51, which if you stand there, there's absolutely no way you can't understand that it's exactly the same character as the area I've described, rather than the shard, for example.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor.
Okay.
I think that's everything. I'd like to hear from Mr. Lee next, please.
Hello.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Lee.
I wanted to mention at the outset that I have an agreed statement of common ground with the council, but it hasn't been mentioned, whereas the Guy's Hospital statement of common ground what was mentioned right from the start. So if it was all right with you, I'd just very briefly like to mention the agreement in the statement of common ground with myself with regard to the London Bridge area vision. I'd then like to say something about the boundary issue. And if it was all right with you, because I've got a few points to make, I'd like to stop there and then come back later on the content of the vision, because I've got a number of comments on that as well. Would that be all right if I start with the statement of common ground very briefly and then the boundary question?
Yes, but I think I'd probably also like to hear your points on the area vision itself at the same time. Before what I don't want to do is I'd like to cover that and then try and keep the vision question separate from the site questions, if that's okay. But make a start, Mr. Lee.
Okay, so I signed the statement of common ground agreement with the council on the 6th of April. And in terms of the area vision, the main content of the statement of common ground is defining what the boundary is, because I'd looked at the map that goes in front of the area vision. I think that's probably the page 63 that was referred to. I'd looked at that and I couldn't tell looking at that what the boundary was. There were a number of features indicated, but it wasn't clear to me from that map what the boundary was. So in my statement of common ground, I discussed with the council what the boundary actually was, and they referred me to EIP 181, so not 181A, but 181. And looking at that, because it's just a map of the borough with boundary lines on, but there's no street indicators. So looking at that, the council agreed with me some words which described what the boundary is in EIP 181, and that's set out in my statement of common ground. So in effect, this is, as you can see from my statement, we're looking at going from down from the Thames, going down Tower Bridge Road, going as far as the Bricklayers Arms roundabout, then along New Kent Road, and then up the Borough High Street, up to London Bridge and the Thames. And I made the point, which is there in the statement of common ground, that this did cover the entirety of the neighbourhood forum area, but that at the moment, page 63 map didn't mention the neighbourhood forum area or the neighbourhood plan. So the second thing that I asked for and that we agreed on was that some text would be added to the London Bridge area vision, describing the main role of the neighbourhood plan area in terms of addressing some of the important identities within this wider London Bridge area. So you'll see in my statement of common ground, there's a paragraph that we've agreed would be inserted into the area vision. There are some other things there in my statement of common ground, and I'll come back to some of those that relate to site allocations later on, if I may. I'm just putting in front of everyone what seems to be pertinent to the discussion at the moment. So I signed that agreement with the council on the 6th of April, and I haven't had any further contact with the council since then. On the 20th of April, so about less than a week ago, on the 20th of April, I noticed that a new document had been uploaded by the council, EIP 181A, which actually set out different boundaries to some of the area visions. And that included a different boundary to the area vision for London Bridge, which I'd made the statement of common ground on. And that, so on the 20th of April, the council had made the change which Miss Seymour has described earlier today in this session. So this is the change to a much more restricted area for the London Bridge area. So my first point is that until the 20th of April, all of my representations were in response to what I'd seen on page 63 and how I interpreted that. I'd sought to gain clarity with the council through my statement of common ground, but then I find on the 20th of April that everything's changed less than a week before our session. And I hadn't had any opportunity to have any discussion with the council about that. So it seems to me that this is not a proper process, that one can't have one boundary during the earlier stages, such as the proposed changes and submission versions. Surely one shouldn't be having one boundary there, and then on the 20th of April, in the middle of the EIP, a completely new boundary is presented to the EIP. So it seems to me this is completely irregular, and I'm not sure how we actually proceed, because I can see that a main modification may be one of the options, but actually this is such a fundamental change, and I think there should be more opportunity than a main modification would allow to actually make representations on all the implications of this, if you're so minded as to accept 181A. So that was my first point. My second point, in terms of what the boundary should be from my point of view, is it all right if I say something about that now, or do you want me to pause?
Yes, if you can, yes, focus on the issue in question. Yes, Mr. Lee, carry on.
Okay. In terms of what I feel the boundary should be, I would really support what Mr. O'Connor said from the social life report. Not so much his second point, because I think that comes into the site allocations, but the first point about why the social life company was commissioned by the council to produce their baseline study, and who was interviewed, which area they came from, and what the purpose was of this. So reading the social life research report, which I have put forward into the process through my written statement, it states that the purpose is to ensure that the needs of the residential communities living cheek by jowl, living right next to St. Thomas Street developments, to ensure that they benefit from the development, that their needs are understood and fully documented. And over 300 household interviews were carried out in the area going to Long Lane, on the one hand and going up to Borough High Street on the other. So this is not the area, the restricted area, as I would call it, that the council is now presenting to you. So these interviews were a much wider area, Long Lane, Borough High Street. And the social life report, as Mr. O'Connor pointed out, refers to different characters and identities within the area that they surveyed. But the social life report sees this as having some benefit in terms of different communities, different areas not being segregated, but actually being joined and integrated. And that's the first point I'd like to make, that I feel that this restriction is actually proposing a segregation between communities, where one simply puts a line around the development core, if you like, and then separates out all the surrounding area. And I would suggest that if the council is doing this for London Bridge, which is what it's proposing, separate the development core from the residential area and wider area of impact, then why is the same not being proposed for the other main areas, such as Peckham and Nunhead, where you'd have a very small development core, and the Elephant and Castle, where you would separate the ex-Haygate estate and the ex-shopping centre site. You would then separate them out from the wider residential area, which at the moment is part of the vision for the Elephant and Castle. So I disagree with separating a development core from its immediate hinterland, because the whole point really of planning, as I see it, is to actually look at how one can bring in the value and the potential from development to actually improve the quality of life of those who live and work in the area that's adjoining the precise development area. It seems to me a fundamental issue. So I object to that segregation. And it seems to me that this is completely contrary to policy on regeneration that works for all, that we spent a session on, I think it was probably on day 2 of the EIP, which was all, and that session was all about how do existing businesses and existing residents benefit from the regeneration that's coming forward in Southwark. And that was all about linking up residential benefit with development potential and ensuring people aren't left behind. And then finally, perhaps in this point that I'm making, I live in this area. With the redrawn map, I would be left outside the area, even though it's a 5-minute walk for me to St Thomas Street, where I live. But I live in a residential community, and I would be actually excluded from the area vision if this was to go ahead. And I feel quite strongly that we shouldn't be excluding the residential areas from the area visions, and we actually need to look at how we get a mutual benefit and how we get a sense of trust and collaboration between the council and its communities. So I think this would be a very unwise move as a second point to what I think is procedurally wrong to introduce this on the 20th of April. As I mentioned, I've still got some other points to make on the content, but if you don't mind, I feel I've spoken for a little while, and if you'd allow me to, I'd like to be able to come back on the content and just have a glass of water or something, and maybe allow some response to what I've said already.
Okay, because there are other people that are waiting to speak, and I'm mindful that we haven't got yet moved along the agenda. So can I hear from R. Gray next, please? And I'd be very grateful if you just introduce yourself, please, because I've not seen you in any of the sessions before, just to help me. And who you
my name's Russell Gray.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
And that's a good springboard into a quick history of the issues as I see them, the kernel of the issues that we're discussing here with Area Vision. I established what was then and still is, but has effectively been subsumed by the Old Bermondsey Neighbourhood Forum, BVAG, which stood for Bermondsey Village Action Group, and it got its name from a document that is worth a look because it illustrates the history of the issues that are coming to the fore now. And that was called Bankside Borough and London Bridge, SPD. The copy I have in front of me was February of 2010, so more than 11 years ago. And the issue that generated considerable local frustration was where a high-rise zone was effectively denoted in that SPD and and the council sought to create such a high-rise zone. And bizarrely and coincidentally, it happened to include precisely the sites that were owned by Seller, who was the developer of the Shard. And he had come forward with a proposal for what I call 3 Shard satellites, essentially inside the conservation area of Bermondsey Street. Not surprisingly, that generated considerable local frustration, not least when they found that there'd been Friday evening meetings between the council planners and Seller in order to decide where high-rise buildings should go. Anyway, that's what gave rise to BVAG. And the issue then was effectively driving a wedge of steel and glass towers, essentially, down St. Thomas Street, where they were completely alien. And that issue, therefore, gave rise to BVAG, which in turn gave rise to OBNF. And it's been bubbling away for 11 years. That is about where is an appropriate boundary between the Shard and what Miss Seymour likes to call global international headquarters. It's very easy to acquaint yourself with the kind of nature and character of the area that we're talking about here, where there's this extreme change of identity between what is presently essentially north of the railway line and what is south of the railway line. And so where that demarcation, where that zonal separation was to be established, has been the issue that's preoccupied our group from right back when this SPD was published. The result has been an ongoing struggle for 11 years, with the council shutting us out from any involvement in that discussion. The phrase that I usually use to describe it is profit center planning. What it's about is entirely abandoning any traditional planning values. It's what kind of destruction of the identity of the area and its heritage can we get away with granting to developers in exchange for huge cash payouts. Now, the one development of the 3 sites along St. Thomas Street that has been approved on the basis of a cash payout of £30 million to the council. The target, looking at the floor area that they aim to create down there, has to be in the order of £100 million. Now, that kind of profit center planning goes hand in hand with what I call make it up as you go along planning policy. In other words, if there's enough money on the table, you can destroy anything. And all of a sudden today, 11 years later, we've got Juliet Seymour saying that we consider that there's a difference between the global international headquarters and the historic area of Old Bermondsey, as we've now designated it for our purposes. Completely different in scale, completely different in identity, significantly residential, large areas of it given up to what we consider to be historic social housing, as it's now known, estates back when they were built. And there has always been a tussle over where that line should be drawn. The council would never yield because the 100 million loomed too large in their planning policy. So only now do we actually have the issue crystallizing. And so we now have a scramble to try and reallocate area visions so that where previously it was London Bridge as an area vision where there were two completely contrasting identities or proposed identities, because they don't contrast if you stop at the railway line presently. They only contrast when you accept the principle that the 100 million should be sought in exchange for some glass towers down Bermondsey, down St Thomas Street. So essentially, nothing can be made out of this hash without a return to where we should have been 11 years ago, namely a constructive dialogue on how this transition is to be managed. So what the council have done is flatly refused to address that. And it's worth going back to that SPD, because even then, strongly objected to as it was, there was some recognition of the transition. For example, one of the bullet points explaining this new concept for the area was any proposed tall buildings with this area should be sensitive to the existing surroundings and form an appropriate transition of the height of the Shard to the generally lower height scale of the adjacent conservation areas and the riverfront. Now, actually, we've gone backwards from there, because now they want to bring through the middle of a heritage asset, destroying the heritage asset and leaving its surrounding walls standing like wallpaper on a new glass tower inside the conservation area. This is because that unlocks the height to a greater extent to the east than they'd originally thought that they could get away with. Basically, here we are 11 years later, complete shambles, the fundamental issue not addressed. The actual method of addressing it doesn't really matter. At the moment, we've got the London Bridge area vision. We've got the Bermondsey area vision. Whether you divide the London Bridge area vision along this boundary of world-class office space, global international headquarters, or whether you you create that as the London Bridge vision, or the Old Bermondsey Neighbourhood Forum as the as a separate area for a vision, doesn't really matter. The fact is, you have to address the basic issue is, where does that boundary stop? And the reason they won't address it is because tomorrow somebody might come along with a tower block the other side of Snowsfields, and if they do, and there's enough money on the table, we'll have it, thank you very much. So this is not planning. This is profit maximisation by taking handouts from developers, and it has to be stopped. It is not an approach to planning that the examination in public can authorise to proceed. So what I would say is it's essential to go back and address this fundamental issue, which could be resolved easily enough in different ways, but they have to put their cards on the table. They have to say where this transition is, and without it, this plan will take us nowhere in a battle that's been going on. Well, it's a battle that's been one-sided because the council have been deaf to it. So that must be resolved. So that's one thing I say about the area vision, that there's a fundamental issue that the council have apparently addressed in the last 2 days. 11 years later, they now consider there's a irreconcilable difference in the character of the area. That tells you that this is wholly insincere. We've been stonewalled. They've refused to address the issue. Now it stares them in the face. Oh yeah, we've solved that one. So
I understand the point, Mr. Gray.
Back to square one, please.
Yeah.
It's
your point. Thank you. Like I said, there are a couple of people I want to come back to before I hear from the council again.
Okay. I think that's certainly the main point. That's the fundamental problem that must derail the current visions concept.
Okay, thank you very much for your points. Can I hear from Mr. O'Connor next, please, briefly? Is it a new point, Mr. O'Connor?
Yeah, very brief. I know that Team London Bridge are in the meeting. Jack's got his hand up. I just want to note that the new proposal, the recent proposal since the 20th, this reduction, as Mr. Lee described it, essentially follows the line of the Team London Bridge bid area. And I know that before the council have said Team London Bridge and the forum can't work together. That's not true. We're really happy to work together. And they've said that Team London Bridge have prepared a framework for the area. Now, we don't want to get into detail, but they are a business improvement district. They don't represent residents, and it's not an official planning document. So I don't know if that's going to be mentioned, but I just want to mention it and say that this last minute proposed area change seems to reflect the bid boundary. And I just wanted to reference two policies in the London plan. So about my call for a collaborative framework for this area, it says that policy SD1B9, ensure planning frameworks are informed by public and stakeholder engagement and collaboration at an early stage through development. And then the other thing to mention is it's a complex area. We've also got the CAS in play. And on the CAS, the London plan, as you know, says the distinct environment and heritage of the CAS should be sustained and enhanced. The quality and character of predominantly residential neighbourhoods where more local issues predominate should be conserved and enhanced. And lastly, just to reinforce Mr. Lee's point about what a framework can do is to bring communities together, is it says development, this is L, development of social infrastructure that meets the distinct needs of the CAS should be supported. So this idea that let's have a area vision for London Bridge, but let's have a positive, detailed one that understands all of the different conditions, and let's do it. Let's not suddenly shrink it and run away from this.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Can I hear from Mr. Skillen from Team London Bridge, please?
Hello. My name is Jack Skillen. I'm the place shaping director at Team London Bridge. So I've got a statement I'd like to read out, if that's okay. I'll make it shorter and sweeter. So London Bridge is world famous, and people around the globe choose to do business and visit here. It is constantly evolving, and the redeveloped state-of-the-art station will ensure its ongoing commercial success. Team London Bridge is a business improvement district, or BID, representing approximately 400 businesses in the London Bridge area. Our vision is to make London Bridge one of the most sustainable, culturally innovative, and compelling commercial districts in the world. We have a strong mandate from our businesses. In a ballot only last month, 95% voted to continue the bid for another 5-year term. We published the London Bridge Plan in 2015 through wide consultation, setting out key place shaping priorities and projects. This work has evolved and become more detailed, particularly through our input into the new Southwark Plan and responses to major planning applications over the last 4 years. We welcome Southwark Council's responsiveness to our representations and support the overall direction of travel. The London Bridge area vision is well grounded and ambitious and relates well to the area of London Bridge as we conceive it. It is important that the area vision now has the status of planning policy. We actively work to inform development proposals coming forward as planning applications in the area, including on the sites allocated in the new Southwark Plan. A primary objective for us is that the development proceeds in ways that deliver strategic outcomes for London Bridge. These include reimagining St Thomas Street Boulevard, strengthening Tooley Street's role as a London Bridge high street, creating the Low Line, and a green grid of walking and cycling friendly streets and spaces with quality green infrastructure and biodiversity, securing high quality and diverse commercial development with active frontage, a strong cultural offer, and a world-leading health cluster, and being a leader in building for a zero carbon future. We have stated in response to the area vision that a more integrated approach, combining development sites along St Thomas Street, would help us to realise the potential from the planned scale of development. The new City Court site should also be included. London Bridge sits within the Central Activity Zones, or CAZ, with one of the busiest and most transformative stations in the country. So there should be emphasis on commercial and cultural uses, and these should predominate over new residential development. New developments also need to give primacy to the important health cluster in London Bridge, which we are privileged to have and which we believe must be nurtured in the plan. The quality of new building is imperative in an area with stunning historic and contemporary buildings, and it also needs to respect both designated and undesignated heritage assets. We support the design review process to help deliver this quality and seek an approach to building heights and design which recognises the primacy of the Shard and which secures high quality public realm at ground level. We are strongly supportive of the plan's recognition of the contribution made by placemarks, where we have worked with the local community to identify a diverse range of valued features and places across the London Bridge area and recognise that excellent design can create new valued placemarks. We support the opportunities for creating new quality green spaces and public realm, and for improving biodiversity and the management of water resources. This includes opportunities to extend the approach to community management of green space, which we have supported at places such as Melia Street Community Garden, Gibbons Rent, and the Greenwood Theatre. We look forward to discussing over the new Southwark Plan's approach to London Bridge and to working with Southwark Council, our members, future developers, the local community, and others who care so passionately about this unique and important part of London.
Thank you, Mr. Skillen. If I can hear briefly from Mr. Lee again now, please.
Thank you. In terms of the content of the vision, I made a number of suggestions in my written statement, and they're also set out as points of disagreement in my statement of common ground. In a nutshell, what I'm seeking is for the main themes in the social regeneration charter for St Thomas Street to be included within the London Bridge area vision. This includes creating opportunities for young people. It includes bringing communities together by investment in community spaces. It includes ensuring residents can access good quality employment opportunities locally. And it also includes building more council homes and investing in estate improvement plans. These are actually the headings of the Social Regeneration Charter for St Thomas Street. And on the council housing issue, I would like to see some more detail added, because the council has a development partnership agreement with an organisation called the Lever Market Joint Management Board to deliver 161 new homes within this area. So when I say this area, that's the area within the 181 map, not the restricted area that was brought forward last week, but the original area. There's actually an agreement in place with a number of housing sites identified for 161 new homes to be delivered. And these actually, at the moment, of course, aren't recognised as sites. And yet, when you look at that figure of 161, it's not insignificant when we look at what these 4 site allocations are going to deliver in terms of new housing supply. So I think this again is an omission, and that council housing and the new supply of council housing and the sites for that should be identified within the new Southwark plan. I'd also like to see, in terms of the content of the vision, I would like to see some more reference to the golden thread of the climate emergency. I say golden thread because the council's told us that they're seeking to ensure that this runs through the whole of the new Southwark plan. I think there should be some reference to that within the area vision. And really, I don't see how, though these, of course, it would be welcome to add these to the 1-page vision statement, but I think they then need to be detailed out within a planning framework. And at the moment, I think we've got a very serious deficiency in having this opportunity area that's not got a planning framework, and this is quite unique to Southwark. It's not a substitute, in my view, to have only a developer's framework with the support of Team London Bridge, yes, but I think we need to have a more conventional framework which can be recognised by the GLA. At the moment, I find it embarrassing that the area I live in, on the GLA website, it says we're not able to monitor as the GLA development activity in the London Bridge opportunity area because there is no planning framework for the GLA to monitor. So I think this has to be part of the solution in order to ensure that all of the new important needs through social life and the Social Regeneration Charter are integrated into the vision for the London Bridge area and the rollout of development. So I would very much like to see the inspectors require that there must be a planning framework for this area, and it should be done collaboratively with all the parties.
Thank you. Can I hear from Mr. Gray again? Is this a new point, Mr. Gray? You have your hand up.
Yes, it is a new point. And that new point is, it's no coincidence that Team London Bridge decided to present themselves via a red written statement. The organisation is not representative. It cannot be taken as in any way parallel to the Neighbourhood Forum. The Neighbourhood Forum makes all our decisions in open meetings to which everybody is invited. The Team London Bridge is effectively a lobbying group for the interests of Guy's Hospital. And all you need to do is go to their website and read their board. Small businesses are not represented.
I don't wish to appear rude, but I mean, I'm familiar with the structure and organisation of business improvement districts, and I don't want to sort of verge on constitutional matters that perhaps don't confine themselves to the soundness of the plan. If perhaps you could just focus your comments on the key points of soundness.
Yeah. Well, if a plan was sound, then I would suggest it cannot be based on the narrow lobbying objectives of what is presented as an independent community group of sorts, which it most certainly isn't. And given that it's actually chaired by the Director of Estate Strategy for King's College, that it comprises a representative of Network Rail, News UK, and a large firm of solicitors. This area is small businesses. Not one is represented. I talk to the small businesses. If they're going to have any interest in this area or any impact on the area, their vehicle is through the neighbourhood forum. This Team London Bridge is closed to such input. They don't have meetings. They can't circulate any details of how anybody can be elected to their board. So insofar as that is being presented as a means of generating policy for the area, it's important that you have regard to the fact that it makes no attempt to be representative of the community. So as it has been used as a justification for some of these area vision demarcations, it's essential that whoever's writing this report is alert to that defect.
Thank you. Right, I'd like to hear from the council and give you, Ms. Seymour, an opportunity to, before we move along with the agenda, to provide any further points you wish to make in terms of what you've heard. I appreciate we've had quite a bit over quite an extended period. So, Ms. Seymour.
So the council's not proposing to amend the vision for the area where sites 50 and 51p are located. We consider that area, which should be part of the London Bridge vision. So we're not suggesting that should change in any way. The council's position on the character is set out in EIP 213. So that's the issue around the character and the vision for 50 and 51. So that would stay as in the document as we've set out. So the issue in question is whether the area south of that, covered by the forum, should be within the London Bridge vision or the Bermondsey vision. And so I've got a map with both of those on that overlaid, which I'd agreed to send to the inspector at the start of the session. So that should provide the appropriate information to enable you to consider the issue, sir. With Mr. Lee's statement of common ground, I would suggest the paragraph that we agreed with Mr. Lee talking about preserving and improving existing identities would be in the vision that covers the Bermondsey Village Forum area. And if that vision were to, and if that area were to be split into more than one vision, that paragraph would be repeated in whichever areas cover that vision. And that's all my comments. Oh, and the monitoring comment was just that I'm not sure why the GLA have that on their website, because we have detailed monitoring set out of how we're going to move forward with that, and we currently have monitoring of London Bridge, so I will follow that up. But in the monitoring framework, we do set out how this should be monitored, and I think we're discussing that in a separate session, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Seymour. Mr. O'Connor, I can see your hand up. Is this a new point? Because I am keen to move on with the agenda. I will obviously need to go back to the council if there's anything further. So if you could be very brief, please.
Yeah, sure. Just Ms. Seymour just mentioned the character justification, the EIP reference. I'm not aware what that is.
EIP.
That's the document where the
Which number?
Council considered the neighbourhood extension in 2017.
So it's an EIP document.
Yeah, I can email it to you now.
Can you just give me the reference, because I can look at it online?
Sorry, it's 213.
213. Thank you. Okay, well, if there was nothing else further in that regard, obviously, Mr. O'Connor, you'll perhaps need to familiarise yourself with that in due course. I think that's made up of existing documents that have been through other council processes. Is that right, Ms. Seymour? So, yes, okay.
Can we, if the council is going to submit new area visions, can we also submit our sort of character document? I didn't realise they'd put this up, so could we forward that to you as well, about where this difference in character happens?
Yes, I'm happy for that to be sent via the programme officer. I mean, just to be clear, to sort of bookend this discussion before we move on to NSP 49, is that obviously I haven't reached any conclusions on whether these proposed changes are going to be necessary for soundness, and indeed, if they are, what form they might take. But I think I need to go away and have a think about what's been put forward here. And Ms. Seymour's obviously going to send the further map showing the existing and the proposed overlaid on the same base, so that it's absolutely clear on what those differences are, just to help my consideration. So I'm going to move on in that case to NSP 49, which relates to the London Bridge Health Cluster, which also now means picking up another piece of paper on my part. Excuse me. Okay. Now, I had a couple of sub bullets on this point, but I just wanted to sort of just start really just to sort of be clear that from my sort of reading of the background evidence and the justification for Seymour, I mean, essentially you're saying this is a sort of land use policy only, and in effect it's a bit of a zonal policy because it's not really sort of providing sort of much in terms of comprehensive redevelopment or any such proposals. It's essentially there to sort of help guide any schemes that might come forward. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct. And Mr. Gozo discussed a statement of common ground. I don't know if you want to give more information, Mr. Gozo, on that.
Yes, I'm happy to. In our statement of common ground with Guy's and St Thomas's, we discussed the London Bridge Health Cluster and essentially our kind of aims for the site. We did come to the agreement that the boundary and land uses of this site allocation is supported by the trust. The trust also kind of highlighted a few additional points around tall buildings in the area and how the site allocation kind of defines that, which will probably be discussed later in this session. But I think in terms of the overall site allocation, both the charity and the trust kind of support the overall approach, which is kind of set out in their hearing statements as well as the statement of common ground.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. In terms of sort of first sort of sub point of the agenda, what I don't want to do, I put down sort of acceptability of tall buildings. Obviously, I didn't want to have a sort of full-scale rerun of the session that was led by my colleague, Mr. Spencer. But I think there have been a number of sort of representations in relation to this site that have talked about whether the policy was sufficiently clear in this regard. So from the council's perspective, do you consider that the policy is sufficiently clear where tall buildings might be acceptable?
Well, tall buildings could be acceptable on this site, and then we would use the tall buildings policy criteria to consider an application that came forward. So that will be our approach. So we don't have a master plan of this area at present, or a planning application that has been submitted to work with. We want to work closely with the hospital on this site, but we do consider that the tall buildings policy would provide us with enough policy to be able to make decisions. We say that we would expect the scale of new buildings to step down towards the site boundaries, and we are going to clarify in the definition that taller buildings means taller than its surroundings. So that could be over 30 metres or under 30 metres. And we do talk about the character and the heritage and the townscape. So I do think that that covers it. And then we would need to use the criteria in the tall buildings policy to determine the issues.
Thank you. That's helpful. I'm going to ask all my questions now before I perhaps open up to participants. I think from my perspective, I'm clear on the respective positions, and as we've gone throughout the examination, I think you've set out your approach in terms of where we've asked around specificity in respect of policy guidance in terms of tall and taller buildings. So I understand the council's position. So I've got nothing further to add on that. In terms of, I'd put a sort of, it was a point B under NSP 49 was a sort of just a brief sort of question, was ancillary residential accommodation, because your allocations methodology paper states that the site is unsuitable for standalone residential development. But clearly you've indicated that student accommodation would be acceptable. But is there are there any other forms of residential that might fit within class C3, ancillary nurses accommodation or such like, that would be acceptable on site? What's the sort of justification for the sort of blanket exclusion of any form of residential? Is that?
Well, once the site has delivered the health, research and education facilities, which need to be the primary focus of any development, and also considered the permeability through the site, because it's a very highly trafficked site with people moving around, then the site can look at other ancillary uses which would complement the health cluster. And so I know we do only specify C2 there, and providing the student housing with the nominations. So those are the uses that we feel would be more appropriate. I mean, with the nurse housing, etc., if that came forward, then we would consider that as part of the ancillary uses. So we just need to make sure that we are clear where we've got that set out in the site allocation.
Is you suggesting at the moment that the policy is clear, or should be more clear in that regard?
I think that there are, well, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking through your question, so just give me one moment. So with the C2 use, that would be people who are in need of care, such as a hospital nursing home, but it does not cover the nurses. We do have some sheltered housing on the site at the moment. So I think that what I'm saying is that we need to go away and make sure that we are being clear where we talk about ancillary uses, and that, I mean, I would suggest that we either remove the C2 and D1, or that we are more specific about all of the ancillary uses. And so I would suggest that we have to think about that, sir, and come back to you on that, please.
Yes, I'm happy for you to come back to me on that. I'll just make a note that you're going to do that.
Okay. Just to be clear, so that one of the conversation with guys was about key worker housing and about whether that would be an ancillary use. It's difficult to define key worker housing, so I think that if we were coming back to you on that, you know, there is no national definition or use class for key worker housing, and so it would need to be carefully thought through how that would work in practice, so it couldn't become conventional housing. So that's what I would need to think about as well in my providing you with information, just so I'm being clear about what was in my thought pattern.
Yes, I mean, I think you probably sort of taken on board the point there, just in terms of whether it's sufficiently clear. So yes, I'm happy for you to go away and think about that and provide any thoughts through a note as necessary. So I've made a record that you're going to do that. I'm just checking to see if I've covered everything I wanted to in terms of NSP 49 specifically before I open up. Yes, I think I have. So in which case I'll turn to participants if there are points that people wish to raise on this one. I will hear from Mr. O'Connor first, please.
Hello, just very short. NSP 49 obviously adjoins NSP 50. It also borders and includes a little bit of the northwest of our neighbourhood area, the NSP car park. I just want to say that we would be very open to a planning framework including this site as well. If the inspectors deem that it's more appropriate for there to be one on just for NSP 50 and 51, or that's fine. But I think, as Mr. Lee was saying, the area needs a framework. The opportunity area needs a framework. But if the solution is for there to be a smaller framework, it would be fine. We'd be very interested to work with the stakeholders to do a combined framework for all three sites.
Thank you. Can I hear from Ms. Taylor, please?
Yes, thank you, Inspector, and thanks to the Council for the summary of the statement of common ground, and as it is so far. I'd just like to say that the Trust are absolutely supportive of the land uses that have been put into the plan and the boundary, as we said in our statement of common ground. I would also just like to note that whilst it is reflective of the land uses that are on the site now, there are plans at the Trust to expand those land uses within the plan period. So you know, we are thinking about the future development of that site, not purely a kind of zonal planning, which I know was kind of touched upon by yourself and Ms. Seymour. There are certainly some expansion plans, but we do consider that the policy as drafted is welcoming of those plans and would support the future development of those within the plan period. The only other thing to say really is picking up on the tall buildings point. I know there is some flexibility put into the policy at the moment, and an appreciation that tall buildings are likely to come forward on the site, because we are quite constrained in NSP 49 in terms of the Guy's campus, you know, it's and the residential development surrounding it. And obviously any development coming forward would have to respect the character of that area, and would do so through kind of being tested through the tall buildings policy. But there we would say we were supportive of the charities matter statement and the amendments that they have proposed on that, as we do expect that the higher density development will be needed to support the Trust aspirations, and would be acceptable on that site in terms of its location and its being very well connected to public transport services. The other designations that you've spoken about, such as the CAS and the opportunity area, you know, I won't go over that ground, as I'm sure you know it very well, but certainly there is the expectation that the expansion would need tall buildings on that site to be delivered. Lastly, on the ancillary accommodation point, we have touched on this with the council, and it would be great to be included in any kind of discussions or amendments going forward on the changes to the policy, as key worker housing is a priority of the Trust across their assets, and trying to get key worker housing on the same sites as their health facilities. And certainly that would include Guy's campus, if it's something that would come forward through kind of a development of proposals over the plan period. So it would be good to have a discussion with the council in terms of how we manage that and how we define that for the purposes of the policy.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Can I hear from Mr. Lee next, please?
I'm a bit bemused at the moment about why this is a site allocation and what contribution it's making. I checked in the housing supply annex to the new Southwark plan, and this site isn't making any contribution to the housing supply trajectory. And from what I can see in the description of site 49, I'm struggling to find any real standout contributions that are going to benefit the immediate area. To the contrary, it seems to me that the borough open land, which is at Guy Street Park, which is much valued. I walk through it almost every day myself. It's very well used. And people enjoy it because it's a great, at the moment, it traps the sunlight. You know, it's a lovely place to sit when the sun's out. And it seems to me that this borough open land as a place for recreation could really be destroyed by the kind of tall building right on the edge of it at the moment. At the moment, the site allocation table simply acknowledges there's an impact on borough open land, but it gives no reassurance to ensure that this is valued and respected, and that everything possible will be done to at least retain the existing amenity value, which includes sunlight provision. There's no reference to that within the table at the moment, so that feels unsound to me. And similarly, the site 49 says the table is within the conservation area, but it simply points that out. It doesn't say, well, as a result of being in a conservation area, we provide the following guidelines for any development that takes place here. It's completely silent. So to me, that's unsound given the overall ambitions of the new Southwark plan. And really, my final point is that if this isn't contributing to housing supply, then I think we do need to have more contribution to local quality of life, which an NHS-led development should be very capable of doing. You know, I'd really like to see within the table for this what the contribution will be to the health of the local community. I don't see how one can separate NHS estate development from NHS in total. So I'd really like to see some category here or something within the site requirements around an NHS development contributing to the promotion of good health within the immediate community, and reports like the healthy town centres, good place making by the NHS Trust, I think should be looked at and be a very important form of guidance for this kind of development. Otherwise, we really lose trust between the local community and the NHS, which is a terrible thing to do. But I think this site 49 is currently coming forward endangers the trust that we want to have with Guy's Hospital.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. O'Connor, again, briefly, please.
I sought to see if there was a master plan emerging, and I got a reply from the Director of Real Estate Development at King's College, who said that it says £2,000 to call it a master plan. The first step will be to better understand our current buildings. And I just wanted to say that we didn't make this recommendation on this site, but on the adjoining ones, we haven't reached agreement, but we proposed that there could be a new section in the site allocation which says climate emergency opportunities, or specifically circular economy opportunities. So it's a bit late for me to be saying this, but I would, given the nature of that, the buildings there, I would have thought if the climate emergency is going to run through most shiningly, then there could be some way that the site allocations, just as they identify local buildings of townscape merit, opportunities for buildings which can be retained, or materials that can be retained rather than demolished.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Can I hear from Ms. Taylor, please, and then I'll come back to the council.
Thank you, Inspector. I just wanted to pick up on some of the points that Mr. Lee raised in terms of the benefit to the community and the place in the plan of the NSP 49 allocation. And I think obviously the council will come back on why not having housing development doesn't necessarily mean it's not contributing to the plan's objectives, which of course are slightly more wide-ranging in terms of employment and health provision, which is primarily the purpose of this allocation, which is to support future provision of employment and health, primarily health provision throughout the plan period. And that obviously has an inherent benefit in terms of supporting the health of the community, because the Guy's campus especially, the priority there is to be able to make sure that we've got the appropriate research and development, the appropriate kind of the small businesses and the small startups that are supporting the health industry to push forward new treatments for patients and have those co-located with the hostel, so that there will be a much quicker relationship between things that are in research and then actually giving it to patients. So there's a lot tied up that I won't go into here because I know we need to be brief in this session, but the purpose of the allocation is to support the provision of that, and that will have an inherent benefit for the community's health. That is a separate issue in terms of the placemaking and how the community feels the development comes forward in its built form, but I just wanted to make the point that the allocation is very much intended to deliver a benefit for the community from that perspective. Thank you.
I'll come back to the council if you have any further points that you wanted to make in response to what's just been said, Ms. Seymour.
I think that the points have mainly been covered by Ms. Taylor, but that, you know, the purpose of this is to, I mean, this hospital, the London Bridge Health Cluster is extremely important national provision of health on this site, and we consider it very important to have this site allocated in order to demonstrate the importance of objectives for health and business in this area. Would you like any further information on tall buildings, or do you have enough for what you need about this site, sir?
I think I'm clear, and as I say, I think your position, generally speaking, across the examination has been relatively settled, hasn't it, Ms. Seymour? So I'm not sure there's much to be gained with me asking further things at this stage. I think it's just obviously something myself and my colleague are going to have to ultimately take a view on once we've heard all of the evidence. If I could just hear briefly from Mr. Skillen then, please, before we move on.
Yes, and it will be very brief. I just wanted to say that, I mean, I've obviously made a statement on behalf of the bid. If, in terms of the actual site allocations, if there are any questions that you have for me, you know, on behalf of the bid, then, you know, please ask them. Otherwise, I'm probably unlikely to contribute. But in terms of making your own decisions and looking at the soundness, I'm keen to respond to any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for that observation, Mr. Skillen. Unless the council has anything further to add, I think I'm clear, and I've asked everything I need to. So I'm going to move on that basis to NSP 50. What we'll do is we'll make a bit of a start on NSP 50, and then perhaps we'll take the mid-afternoon adjournment around past. Mr. Lee, I can see a hand. Is it a sort of procedural question, or is it something else?
Yes, that was before you uttered the last sentence. I was wanting to request a break, but I gather that's imminent now.
Yes, we're probably all in need of a bit of a break. Yeah, so I'm just mindful of we've still got quite a bit to cover on the agenda, so I'd like to make a bit of a start on NSP 50 if we can. So we'll probably break it at 1/2 just depending on how the how we go. So so we're NSP 50, which is land between Mellier Street, St Thomas Street, Weston Street, and Fenning Street. We've had quite a few sort of different a range of views in respect of this, and obviously the position is somewhat shaped by the fact that there is not only an extant planning permission on the site, but I believe there's another application which is currently on the site that's been referred to the mayor. I just wanted to understand whether there's any update in terms of the position on. Sorry, Mr. O'Connor, I just want to ask this one point of the council before I come to you.
I think there's a mistake there. That the one that's been referred to the mayor is over the way on NSP 51.
Ah, right. Okay. In that case, so there's. I'm just going to make sure I've got the right one. In that case, the council's EIP 82A document might need some explaining, because that talks about a scheme that was refused and referred.
Yeah, that's on NSP 50, which is the CIT scheme, which was refused in last June or July, and the adjacent one on NSP 50 was also suspended on the same day.
Sorry, so yes, we are discussing it, site NSP 50. Sorry, so I was. Well, in that case, I'll leave it to Miss Seymour to just provide me with an update on the planning status of live applications on the site in the first instance.
Yeah, so this is NSP 50. So we've set out in EIP 82A the current situation on that site, and we are the application is still under consideration, and we're expecting the units of housing to come forward in 2021 and 2022.
And just in terms of, so I'm correct in, it is under consideration by the mayor, though, is that correct? Or the borough?
No, sir, if I can clarify, that is application. There's two. The site is made up of two parts.
Yes.
Capital House, which benefits from permission at the moment. That's yes. 18 AP 0900, and yeah. Beckett House, which is currently under consideration by the council.
Okay, sorry. Yes.
That's reference number 20 AP 0944.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. So it was AP 900. Was that approved by the mayor rather than the borough?
Well, that was approved by the borough and referred to the mayor, and then agreed. But that was just a straightforward one that has been approved by the borough.
Okay.
For the sake of clarity, the point that Mr. O'Connor highlighted is that the one that is now referred to the mayor and is now being considered by the mayor is on the next site, NSP 51.
Yes, that's okay. Just let me check my note. Yes, I think I was looking at a reference in EIP 82A, and then my reference in my own notes. So I think that's helpful. I think we've unpicked that one, so that's good. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. So the planning application is still under consideration, and is you've given a forecast there in terms of the split of the student accommodation, isn't it, in terms of Capital House?
Yes, sir.
And that's split evenly across 2 years, sort of down the middle. What was the rationale for that? Is that based on developers' own information, or is that from some other information within the council?
We think that's when it will come forward from talking to the developers. That's when we expect for them to bring those through those figures.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you. I think that's probably, from my perspective, covered all we need to in terms of the current planning status. The second bullet under NSP 50 was again a bit of a point around whether multiple allocations would support the sort of comprehensive redevelopment of this site and the adjoining sites at NSP 51. And I think, as we've gone through the examination, there have been a number of sites where we've explored perhaps some of the mechanics of how those schemes might come forward, and there have been some cases where perhaps allocations may need to be separated. And indeed, I'm keen to sort of understand from the council's perspective why these were kept separate in this instance. Is probably looking at it from the other end of the telescope, and whether there was whether there is sort of sufficient synergy between the policy expectations of both policies.
The land ownerships are different, and therefore the council considered it most appropriate to have 2 separate sites. So that's why we separated them, because we considered to be more useful for enabling implementation. I don't know if Mr. Zoukaris wants to add any information as well.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Seymour. All I would add to that is that this particular site also includes a community garden, which the sites were consolidated to make sure that that was be reprovided and retained on the site. So that's the sort of logic behind that, I would say.
I was going to say, I've got some questions on that a little further down the agenda specifically, so that's helpful. But just obviously I have visited the site, and I have some familiarity with this area. I'm just trying to understand whether, because of the adjacency of the sites, and we've heard from participants discussion on this throughout the session, whether there is a need for some requirements within the policy. I know participants have referred to sort of planning frameworks, but whether because of that nature of the sites, whether there ought to be requirements for master planning or design brief to cover the 2 sites in order to provide greater clarity over the expectations over what is essentially a sort of continuous sort of frontage along St Thomas Street.
Well, we have the applications that have come forward now with the proposals, so we're quite far down the line in looking at those.
In terms of that's your response in terms of master plan, but is there sufficient sort of synergy in terms of the must requirements I said the must requirements, but in terms of the other sort of expectations of the policies respectively, and whether they need to be more closely aligned in order to secure all of the sort of objectives combined across the 2 sites? Is that?
Well, the approach to the allocations were to enable much employment as possible to be delivered, and to ensure that the routes through the area and the permeability and the legibility and the quality of the public realm were considered. And so I recognise the point about whether it would be better to set that out in the new Southwark plan, but we have been considering those issues for all of the with all of the different landowners on St Thomas Street, and considering those as part of conversations around planning applications. And there were a number of different options that were considered depending on the proposals and the layouts of the different buildings on the sites. And so we now have plans for those and how they can be taken forward. And so I don't consider any further detail to be necessary. Mr. Zakaris can give more detail about the council's view on those, on the layout and the routes through if you need that, sir. But that's the approach that we've taken to considering the different uses and the character and the movement around these sites.
Thank you, Ms. Seymour. I think I understand. Okay. As ever, I'm going to perhaps break with my normal tradition in treading all over the various parts of the agenda, which I seem to have developed a habit of doing, because I can see that we have a hand up from Mr. O'Connor. So I know this is a specific point that he's raised. So I'll bring Mr. O'Connor in now, please.
Is the question about multiple allocations is talking about turning NSP 50 and 51 into one allocation? Is that the question? That was essentially what I was asking. It's not a question of now whether, because 1/4 of these 4 sites as such, which are split into 2, has got permission. It's not saying, should we make an allocation for the remainder? I think the council have clarified that they want to retain site allocations where there's something which hasn't quite been built yet, so that they can monitor it or something, right? Yeah, for clarity on that, I just wanted to say that one of the things we recommended was that the FAR ratio would be re-included in the methodology, just to indicate that the site capacity has already been exceeded by 3,000 square meters. I know it's an indicative capacity, but it's been exceeded by the approved application. And so what we recommended was that the remainder of the site, the Beckett House site, gets a more specific description put against it. And the other point was just to say that the value of combining them together would be that you could consider them holistically, both from a townscape point of view, but also from a sustainability point of view in terms of shared delivery routes, shared energy strategies, etc. And while there was a developer framework put forward, the 2 sites on NSP 51 next door were recommended for approval because that's what the planning policy shaped them as being able to do. But because one had a tower block coming through a heritage asset, and because one was building 17 stories next to a conservation area, they were eventually, rejected at the local level. And so that framework, we don't think is valid anymore, because it's a framework that includes something that's been refused at the council level. And that's why we think it would be a really good opportunity to do a framework which is actually, has some planning weight and involves engagement with ourselves, with the BID, with everyone involved.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Okay. I think on the basis that it's just approaching 1:30, and we've come to a sort of natural point before we move on to subpart C on the agenda. I think now's a good time to take the afternoon adjournment. So it's just before 1:30 by my watch, but I'll be generous as it's a Monday. We'll come back in 15 minutes. We'll see everyone back here again at 3:45. Before you all, I don't think we need to log out of this session and hopefully Jacqueline, I had 2 separate meeting invites in my electronic diary. Hopefully Jacqueline will be able to confirm that we can stay on this one.
Yes, I think you can stay on this one, but in the break I'll check. I haven't got anyone coming in, but I think you can stay on this one.
Okay, then we'll do that. We'll all stay on this one for the time being, unless anything else happens in the interim. So if you could see you back here at 2:15. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's now 4:45 and the session is now resumed. And I think we were now moving on to part C of NSP 50. And again, I put the approach to tall buildings on the site on the agenda. I had a couple of brief questions to the council on this. My first one was in terms of the sort of principle of tall buildings and having regard to the extant planning permission, is the policy sufficiently clear in terms of what would be acceptable on site in this regard?
Thank you, sir. I would say that the policy lays out that how tall buildings would be arranged in this location. So we're satisfied that the policy is clear about that. It is located in the backdrop of two LVMF views, and obviously is close to residential neighborhoods. So that is how that has been framed, and we're satisfied that the policy sets that out.
Okay, and do you think the policy provides adequate guidance in respect of any cumulative effects of multiple tall buildings on single site allocation, assuming that remains NSP 50 as submitted?
So thank you. We are satisfied that it does pick out the cumulative effects in a proper and organized way. To do that, we've also encouraged and required developers to consider these as environmental impact EIP qualifying sites, to make sure that those cumulative impacts are encompassed in any planning application, or make sure that they captured within any planning application coming forward on the site.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sakaris. I'll bring in Mr. O'Connor at this point, please.
Hello. So currently it says approach to tall buildings. Taller buildings should be towards the west of the site and should not detract from the primacy of the shard. So to the west of the site presumably means not to the east, or what does that? How does that translate? We made some more specific recommendations that I can go through at the appropriate point, but in terms of what your question to Mr. Sakaris is that, are there any tall buildings left on this site then or not? As I've pointed out before, the current application proposes an additional 35,000 square feet and is over 100 meters tall. You know, that's a tall building and it's not to the west of the site. So I just wanted to check how that's working.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. I'll give either Mr. Sakaris or Ms. Seymour an opportunity to respond to that.
Thank you, Sadi. So if I can respond to that, these are two sites that are conjoined, if you like, and so the tallest element is on the western edge of the site, and the expectation and what's anticipated in the policy is that heights will feather down towards the east, and that is what the policy anticipates by saying that the taller building should be located to the west of the site. So suggesting that a stepping down of heights should proceed down eastwards along from west to east.
And I will bring in Mr. O'Connor, and we are somewhat sort of treading over NSP 51, but does that stepping down approach still work in the context that you appear to have the same, exactly the same text in the same part of the policy as in NSP 51. So you've got west in NSP 50, but does having exactly the same text across those two policies create the council's preferred solution in terms of a step down? I struggle to quite understand the logic there. Perhaps you can assist me.
Thank you, sir. I might, it could benefit from some refinement, perhaps, to anticipate, to ensure that it's clearer that the tallest building will be on the western end of NSP 50, and that the height are expected to and anticipated to step down going eastwards on NSP 50, and then again on NSP 51, lower yet on NSP 51, traveling eastwards. So that is the anticipated. That is how we frame this policy. If there's clarity that's needed in that policy, we can do that. We can. It might need some clarification. If that's, we could anticipate that it could be clarified if that's not clear.
I don't think it's particularly clear at the moment, and between the two policies. But I think I'm keen to understand other people's points on this. So I'd like to hear again just from Mr. O'Connor, and then I'll come to Mr. Gray.
Thanks. We haven't had the chance to send over the statement of common ground, which we didn't get the chance to finish and send it. I don't know if the council were going to update at the beginning of the session about if there were any more points that we made that they had agreed upon, but I haven't received that clarification. So I assume this is still a disagreement. But our proposal was that the approach to tall buildings text could be updated for this site to say redevelopment of the remaining 2/3 of the site will be limited to the approximate footprint of Beckett House. That's linked to the next point about open space and not demolishing the Mellier Street Gardens, ranging from 18 to 16 stories stepping down from the east. I think this goes back to the question of should there be a holistic vision for the whole site, but also should the site allocations have some specific height limits like they do in Peckham, for example.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. And Mr. Gray, please.
Yeah, it seems to me blatantly obvious that if you're going to construct site allocations that have any meaning, when you're going from, as they say, the shard to a conservation area, and indeed the conservation area actually overlaps, that a step down, which seems to be acknowledged, is an obvious necessity. And for that step down to be couched, as you've said, in nothing more than all taller buildings belong at the western end is quite ridiculous. We've always pressed for a clear massing policy there, and we've always been stonewalled. It's the usual, as I mentioned before, make it up as you go along planning. And that depends on how much money's on the table. So quite clearly, this is a case of where if traditional planning values of actually being appropriate to the neighbourhood and being complementary to the neighbourhood and being acceptable to the local community are to be embraced, then the obvious way to address it is to give sensible, specific massing indications. And there's not just no attempt to do that, there's quite a deliberate avoidance of doing it. When the developer-written framework was produced, the only thing that was publicised to the local population was a ground floor plan. it really tells you everything you need to know about how the councillors handled the proposals for these sites in collaboration with the developers, that they could actually go to consultation with the local community on the basis of what are indisputably far higher buildings than their surroundings, where quite obviously the overwhelming concern is with their height. And they go out to consultation with a plan that shows ground level only. This is all about secrecy, evasiveness, and collaboration with developers in a way that is intended to shut out the community. The site allocations were written with that agenda squarely in mind, and it's an agenda that's been pursued for, as I've said, some 11 years or more. It's time to put a stop to it, and this site allocation should actually address what are manifestly the real issues. So it really is burying their heads in the sand to suggest that it's adequately expressed at the moment. We ought to, perhaps as part of the next site allocation, address just how extraordinary the solution to the Vinegar Yard warehouse that's been proposed is addressed, which is, if you prefer, one for the next item.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Gray. Yes, I've got other participants waiting. So can I hear from Mr. Skillen next, please? I think you might still be on mute, Mr. Skillen. I can see your lips moving, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, so we're less concerned about the actual height, except for the primacy of the shard. But just to say that we've always said that the approach to St Thomas Street should look at it in a comprehensive way, and this includes sort of going west to east, which was the current discussion, but also from the shard going west as well, where New City Court is also a very large development that isn't included in this, and we just want to make sure that we realise the potential of the whole of St Thomas Street.
Thank you, Mr. Skillen. Mr. Lee, next, please.
I'm also concerned about the transition arrangement, and I'd like to see something more specific about the stepping down. So, for example, one could identify what the difference in heights may be. So the transition towards less tall, could mention something like the height there to give much more guidance to the development. Related to this, I would like to also question the need for the amount of intensification, which therefore leads to the height of the buildings. Because it seems to me that this site allocation needs to build in more flexibility. There's a very strong guidance around office provision. And yet, firstly, this is written at a time of the previous London plan, when office provision and the number of jobs was extremely high, whereas the new London plan actually has a much lower requirement in terms of office space and gives more priority to housing. So I'm wondering whether this is actually consistent with the new London plan. And also under COVID, so many commentators are writing now, and I've mentioned this in my written statement, that there's quite an issue around the existing office space being able to be made full use of. So this idea of bringing forward almost 10,000 square meters of new office space, though I agree this was the original intention in the central activities zone, it seems to me that at the very least, there should be some flexibility built into this so that one's taking account of new circumstances. I support the employment floor space issue, but maybe we could be having more nuance here and perhaps moving a little in the direction of Mr. Brearley, and move away a little from an absolute requirement on large amounts of office space.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. O'Connor, before I then go back to the council, please.
I just want to confirm, can we send the points we've made in the statement of common ground that haven't come through after the session, like we were going to do on the area vision, or because it's going to temper how much detail we would like to speak now?
I think, I think we gave ample opportunity for statements of common ground and their contents to be put forward. So I think I'm happy to hear points orally now, Mr. O'Connor.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I guess then just to clarify, when I was saying that we proposed a specific height range, an alternative that we proposed was a relative height description. In terms of saying 45 degrees away from heritage assets, or a relative description that takes a slack line from the existing context down to the conservation area, and we're justifying that not just in terms of the fact that the conservation area buildings, which this application site is right next to, not just because the conservation area recognises those buildings as being the character of the conservation area is defined by their scale and their urban grain, but also because of the effects environmentally in terms of wind tunneling and overshadowing on the I recognise this is going into point E a little bit, but a clearer approach towards taller buildings would also be good in terms of protecting the effect on St Thomas Street itself and the listed arches behind.
Thank you. Ms. Seymour or Mr. Sakaris, I'll give the council an opportunity to respond to anything you've heard on that point.
Thank you, sir. The area, as you are familiar with it, and as you're aware, it's laid out in the site allocations, is obviously surrounded and relating very closely to conservation areas, built heritage, important sensitive receptors and places. The policy tries to set that out as key considerations for all development coming forward. We think it needs to also build in a degree of flexibility to allow for development to come forward, bearing in mind all the expectations and the pressures of development in this location. We think there's clear guidance in terms of permeability and the expectation for height in these two sites. And as I said, as for clarity, it could be that there could be just simply clarification. You've highlighted that the two the two sites side by side repeat the expectation in terms of height, and maybe the one could also refer to the other in terms of its in terms of the stepping down and the relationship of height from the tallest down, stepping down towards the proximity, the nearby conservation area. That's the clarification that that I suggested earlier.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Sakaris. Well, as I say, I'll hear what's the discussion on ASP 51 as well, and then we'll need to think about that. But I think I'll put a marker in the sand now, and I think there is a clear need for some reference. I mean, we've talked a lot about step down, but I can't actually see the word step down even mentioned at the moment. So there's clearly going to be a need for some amendment there, I think. But we'll move through the agenda and then see where that takes us before I provide any more thoughts on that, I think. Okay, I think that's probably covered everything in terms of point C from myself and from participants. So I'm going to move on to point D, which is the approach to open space, which I seem to feature a lot in a number of the sites I've been covering during this examination. So just to be clear, at the moment, the Melia Street community garden, I visited the community garden when I was down on site. This is obviously designated as other open space, and as such would normally be covered by the P56 Part 2 the plan. Is it the case then that this is going to be retained in its current form, in exactly the same place, or is the intention here for something else? I'm trying to sort of understand where this is at.
So if I could just say about the policy first, and then Mr. Sukar to talk about the nature of this particular site. So with that policy, the way that it works is that we intend for the sites to stay where they are and as they are, but the difference between other open space and borough open land is that whereas for borough open land, those sites cannot be built on in the same way as metropolitan open land, other open space is a designation of a amount of open space within the area of the development or an area within the borough. So if an application were to come forward that needed to move that space into the nearby vicinity with the same quality, that could happen. But that would need to be considered very carefully in line with the policy. And then I'll just let Mr. Sukaris talk about this specific site.
Thank you, Ms. Seymour. That is the basis of the policy that we are considering here. The live application that we're considering at the moment proposes to relocate and create the open space between the two developments, extending from St. Thomas Street to Melia Street, and encouraging that permeability that is required by the policy across the site and to London Bridge Station. So the involvement also of St Mungo's and the community who maintain and run the community garden, that is something that we've also put to the developer, who are looking to work with them on the new other open space that's going to be provided there.
So in essence, that would stretch perhaps as a more linear green space adjacent to sorry, get the right terminology, is Beckett, is it no, sorry, Capital House. So it's stretched between the Capital House scheme and the application that's live on the Beckett House scheme, rather than being more
indeed, sir, yes.
Square layout to one side.
Indeed, yes.
Okay. I didn't obviously gather that from reading the policy itself necessarily, which I think is something that needs addressing, because at the moment, in fact, open space doesn't even get a mention in the list of must requirements for NSP 50 as it stands, unless I've missed it. I don't think I have, which seems slightly at odds in terms of what you've just said. So again, I probably want to find out and hear more on NSP 51, and the reason I do that is because that site does include a requirement for new open space of 15%, and we've discussed the rationale for that elsewhere. And again, what I want to understand, perhaps from the council's perspective, is whether there was ever any intention for there to be any synergy between the provision of the new 15% open space that's being sought on NSP 51 and the council's intentions for the open space on NSP 50. If that's reasonably clear.
Thank you. Just for the sake of clarity, so on the policy in NSP 50, it does highlight that the site contains the Melia Street Community Garden and as other open space. That obviously triggers the council's policies on other open space and its reprovision, as highlighted by Ms. Seymour earlier. That's the purpose, I guess, of that element of the policy.
Yes, I mean, I think we sort of come across this before. Some of these points in the sort of latter parts of the policy where it's under site location are a sort of, for want of a better phrase, they're a factual checklist of, yes, the site is in the town centre, yes, the site's in the CAS, yes, it's another open space. But in terms of the development plan clearly identifying the intention for the site, as I say, it wasn't clear from my perspective whether reprovision was expected or whether it was to be retained as is. And I think that's probably the shortcoming of what's there. That's not to say that that's something that can't be addressed. But what I want to do is I want to hear where we get to with NSP 51 as well. So what I'll flag is that there, I'm pretty clear that there needs to be a modification to explain the reprovision point. I'll just make a note of that now. Before I bring in other participants on this. So I'll start with Mr. O'Connor, please.
Thank you. Yeah, we welcome that north-south link between Capitol House and the remainder of the site. It's difficult to achieve with the approved application, though, because of its height, if you build up to the boundary. But nonetheless, we proposed that there could be three indicative links made on this map, as there are in other allocations, where the blue line that says improved connectivity, and one we suggested was there, but we don't think that has to be at the expense of the Melia Street Gardens, which we think should be retained. The other one is Fenning Street itself could be improved as an improved link, because there are already some great trees in the Melia Street Gardens. That street context could be improved. And the other one is an east-west link. Melia Street itself could also be improved as a connectivity, because if you're at the far end on Western Street and you look through to the Horseshoe pub there, that's a really key entrance to the conservation area, which unfortunately the current application steps forward and covers that view, because the current application is on top of Melia Street Gardens. So we proposed three improved connectivity links. We also proposed a minor thing, which is that there should be a photo of the Melia Street Gardens on this application. I know it's maybe not necessary for soundness, but there are some better photos that could be taken of this site. And then linked to the open space, our proposal is that Melia Street Gardens, this would go in the must. The site must provide at least a new open space of at least 20% of the site area by extending Melia Street Gardens to the west. Currently, there's a car park there, which is being used by was being used by the Home Office building. So we're proposing to extend that garden a bit and create some open space on this site, because Southwark is deficient in open space, and maybe it'll take the pressure off next door. But I just wanted to say that the open space, its use for the community, for the voluntary sector, for the homeless activities, it's linked to the Manor Centre as well. There's gardening, there's homeless support there. And I think that does relate to this point about office. There needs to be a better description of the uses on the site, and there needs to be something that says that at least a more balanced approach to the B-class use, to sort of show that there could be some better provision here. Basically, don't just put offices on this site, provide something that relates to this open space, which has been there for 20, 30 years and is really valuable. I think that's it on open space. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before I bring Mr. Gray in, I just want to sort of make a sort of wider point about just being focused with comments, and it's not because I don't want to give people the time to speak, but we've still got a lot to get through on this agenda, and I'm mindful that when we start going too far beyond 5 o'clock, we start to impinge on other people's commitments and things like that. So it's a plea from me, please, to just focus on the key soundness points. So with that, can I hear from Mr. Gray, please?
Given what Toby's already said about open space, I think I'd just ask at this stage, you could address a procedural point if you don't mind. I don't know, but once these amendments are made, will there be a consultation? Because for all practical purposes, as I've indicated, there never has been a consultation on the key aspects of these sites.
The short answer, Mr. Gray, is yes. Those modifications that are ultimately main modifications will be subject to consultation. The council may wish to make other, they're often referred to as minor modifications, which are generally confined to factual matters and not much more than that. Those are not normally subject to consultation unless the council wishes to do so separately, but hopefully that's clarified the position. And those and that consultation on modifications happens towards the end of the examination process, but obviously before the examination is complete and before our report is published.
Okay, thanks. That's all I need for now.
Thank you. Mr. Lee, please.
Inspector, I think you told us earlier you'd been to have a look at the sites here. So you'll know how amazing the Mellier Street Community Garden is, with its special signboard explaining the history of how it came about, the different organisations that worked together, and I think, given Southwark Council's statements of support for homeless people and also asylum seekers, because a number of the people using the Manor Centre are not able to recourse public funds. I think it would give a completely the wrong message here to not be strongly seeking the retention of the existing community garden. So I was heartened by what you said you were thinking of doing. I mean, I'd like the table where it says impacts a designated open space to add, which will be retained and extended. I think this is a lovely green space with multifunctional biodiversity. It's terrible to think that one can just wipe these out and put something somewhere else. So very much in support of this. And I also think that, and I liked the idea about joining up permeability and things like that. But as well as looking towards London Bridge Station, can we also equally look towards the community side? Because just 100 metres away, you've got a very attractive food growing space as part of the Snowsfields Primary School, just across the road from the Team London Bridge office, which isn't connected. And there could be a lovely green biodiverse link between the Mellier Street Garden, past the Horseshoe Pub, past Team London Bridge office, into the school there, where they've got this public food growing space. Really the possibilities are boundless, but we have to be providing guidance on this within the site allocation. Otherwise, I don't think that the kind of net gains in biodiversity that the policy asks for is actually going to materialise when these applications come forward.
Thank you. And Mr. Skillen, please.
Yes, Southwark said that given the designation that could be re-provided elsewhere in the borough. So if it is helpful to make sure that is retained by mentioning it, that helps retain it in this place. I think that's absolutely essential. We at Team London Bridge, we actually invested heavily in this site and oversee the management of it. And just for clarification, it's done with St Mungo's charity, not with the Manor Centre homeless centre in the area. And that kind of community link is really valuable for the area. You know, could be beyond this specific development, but looked at across some of the other areas as well, to kind of look at, you know, the social regeneration charter possibilities and biodiversity as well, as mentioned. Just in terms of the actual space itself, we are not we're not saying that it should be in exactly the same position that it is currently. I suppose what we would like to see is that it's in the best position within that site that provides the most benefit. And we also, it's mentioned in the area vision, but kind of greening within buildings and on buildings. We think that's really important as an additionality to the site itself. So currently a green wall has been provided on the building to the west of this site location, Capitol House, that would adjoin the green space. So that would kind of provide additionality, and not just horizontally, but vertically as well. Yeah, I just wanted to make those points.
Thank you, Mr. Skill. The council have any points they want to make on that?
Yes, the policy is not to be able to provide the open space elsewhere in the borough. In P66.2, it says that development will not be permitted on other open space. So that's the first policy challenge. And then the second part of the policy says, in exceptional circumstances, development may be permitted if it consists of replacement of the open space of equivalent or greater size, or substantially better quality can be secured on site or nearby before development commences. So it's not the case that it can be provided elsewhere. I think that's the key point I wanted to make, sir.
Thank you. And I think I'm clear on your position on that. And we talked about this in other policies as well, haven't we, in terms of specifying the square meterage of an open space. And if we are in a situation where a main modification is necessary, what would the council's response be if that needs to go in?
Yes, so no, we were going to do that anyway on this site along with all the other sites. So any sites that have an open space requirement or an open space as part of the allocation, will be adding the square meterage to the allocation.
Thank you. Okay. I think we've probably gone as far as we can at the moment in terms of the approach to open space, which brings us to the final point on NSP 50, which is the policy approach in respect of heritage assets. I think I'm reasonably clear in terms of the council's position, again, as you expressed it, but I think I want to just understand from the council, I'll give you the opportunity to set this out, whether the policy provides sort of sufficient guidance in respect of this site in terms of the significance of the conservation area and nearby heritage assets.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, the site itself is not within a conservation area, but it is on Melior Street, is on the edge of the conservation area. We're satisfied that the policies, when read in the round, together with our suite of conservation policies and urban design policies, we're satisfied that the policy covers the aspect of heritage. There are certainly opportunities to better reveal and open up views of heritage assets within and out within and nearby the conservation area. For example, Our Lady of Salette, the church, which is on Melia Street, as well as the Horseshoe Inn, which was mentioned by Mr. O'Connor earlier, which are just localized views that focus on important heritage assets within the conservation area and highlighted in the conservation area appraisal. So it is always the intention that these site allocation policies are not read in themselves and complete and provide all the guidance that's necessary, but it is always the intention that they read in the round with all the other suite of policies, as well as the associated background documents and supporting documents like the conservation area appraisal, which is published on the website by the council.
Just to be clear, Mr. Sakaris, you mentioned a couple of opportunities there in terms of opening up views, but are those opportunities also expressed in the conservation area appraisal? Where else would I find them? I think is essentially what I'm asking.
I guess, so the conservation area appraisal is the document which highlights buildings that contribute positively to the conservation area and has a map of them. And obviously those are the sort of important features within the conservation area contributing positively to its significance. And buildings like the warehouses of the area that reflect the industrial heritage of the area, buildings like religious buildings and buildings of and public houses are highlighted specifically as buildings contributing positively to the conservation area. Rather than sort of being prescriptive about what must be achieved, the appraisal sets these out as areas of significance, and that's often picked up by developers and included in their proposals, recognized in their proposals. The policies also highlight areas and opportunities within development which can better reveal the heritage, and that's something which we encourage on all these sites.
Okay, and you're saying is the policy goes sufficiently far in terms of encouraging opportunities to open up those kind of views and those things. Is that right, Mr. Sakaris?
Yes, sir, that's I guess what we're saying, in the sense that it's in the suite of documents, in the suite of policies, the conservation and urban design policies, which are embedded in the New Southwark Plan, when read together with these site allocations.
And you don't feel that the policy itself needs to go any further than it does currently? That's what you just described to me. Sufficiently.
No, we're satisfied that it's adequate as it stands.
And so I'm not sure if you recall, we're going to do a amendment at the start of the plan to make sure that all these different documents are linked to the policies, so that there's a list of them. So we have the policy, the allocate, the designation, and then if it's in the validation checklist, and then if there's other documents related to it.
I think I understand the wider point about the sort of list of documents. I think we sort of talked about this on a few occasions in terms of as part of some of the things that we discussed during hearing sessions, that perhaps where the council has aims and aspirations for things, opportunities, etc., whether all of those are actually clearly spelled out in black and white in the policy itself. And really, is it the case that that one, when reading the plan and the policies, both in the round and specifically, gathers the council's intentions from all of those things or not? And in doing so, is the policy effective in that regard? So I won't labour the point again. I think we probably covered that, and I understand your position, and I think you probably understand perhaps where I'm coming from. what I'll do then is I'll give Mr. Gray an opportunity to comment first for Mr. O'Connor before we then we do need to sort of move on the agenda. So, Mr. Gray, please.
Yeah, I actually raised my hand just before we moved off of open space. A very simple point of clarification. The correct interpretation of open space for this purpose seems to me that if you look up, you see the sky. If you see a building over your head, that's not open space as I think it should be defined for this purpose. Can we be clear that where we talk about open space, we mean the skies above you? You don't have effectively an atrium in underneath a building, or even an atrium without walls if it stands on columns. Can we be clear about that point? I don't know whether it's generally accepted that that's what open space is. Specifically in terms of merely a street garden, building over the top of it, and also its location, well, everybody knows you need sun for a large proportion of your plants. So being on the south side of the site and it not being sheltered from above are key considerations. I just wanted to be sure that we were talking the same language on what open space means.
Thank you, Mr. Gray.
So that's one point. On heritage, do you want me to go on and deal with that at the same point at a time?
Please, yes, because there's other people waiting and we do need to move on the agenda. So.
Fair enough. In the as you've observed, the position on heritage is as fuzzy as it is on heights, densities, and uses and all other aspects, just the way they like it, make it up as you go along. But here there is a really crucial heritage issue, which is, of course, the Vinegar Yard warehouse. After some protest some years ago, there was an express acknowledgement of the Vinegar warehouse introduced into the site allocation here. But of course, it was introduced in the usual non-committal way. And then we find when an actual application materializes, as it has now from Seller, it actually supposedly honors the commitment to preservation of heritage by driving a 17-floor warehouse through the building, or office block through the warehouse building. That warehouse building is typical of the area: cast iron columns, heavy timber beams, loading doors, and until it was recently removed with the not necessarily the encouragement, but certainly no resistance from the council, a hydraulic hoist, which the only other example of which I know you can see behind me in my office right now, which was removed. There it is over in the corner. It was a hydraulic hoist operated on the high pressure water system that drove London's machinery, and it was ripped out and presumably scrapped by Seller in order to devalue the interior of the building, and the council had actually nothing whatsoever to say about it. If they're sincere about respecting heritage on this site, you need to say a lot more about the exceptional characteristics of that Vinegar warehouse. And certainly the fact that they haven't even written to Seller saying, could you please bring the exceptional hydraulic hoist back from wherever you shipped it to, is indicative of their attitude. But you cannot build a tower block through the middle of a building like that whilst talking about heritage. So if there's some meaningful contribution to be made in there to heritage, as we say there must be, it has to address whether you can fulfill your heritage objectives in the way that's now proposed, putting a glass tower through the middle.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, just to be clear, that is relating to site NSP 51, isn't it, rather than 50, the points you just made?
It's true, but...
that's okay. from my notes, there's only mentioned anything because we weren't quite got as far as NSP 51. But as long as I'm clear, that's because I don't remember seeing the bit on NSP 50. That's all.
Fair enough, but it is, of course, in relation to NSP 51 that the heritage issues really loom large, because that actually it goes into the conservation area where the vinegar warehouse itself is located, whereas the 50, of course, simply bounds it.
Jason, yes, thank you. I'm clear. Mr. O'Connor, next, please.
Hi. On the diagram for this site, there's a key which says buildings of architectural and historic merit and buildings of townscape merit. And the key is repeated on NSP 51. On the diagram, the only thing identified is the Melia Street Community Garden. So I don't see why those things can't be identified. We propose that there should be another category, locally listed buildings. We've made a start on a local list in our area. But regardless of whether it's locally listed or in either of those two categories, Beckett House, Our Lady of Select Church, the Horseshoe Pub, the Vinegar Warehouse and the adjacent site, because it's captured in that diagram, it can go in this one too. They should be labelled or coloured in. If there's a key, they should be coloured in. And then more to do with the text for soundness, where the text says refers to the railway arches, it says proposals for the site should sustain and enhance the setting of these assets, and we would say, and so must be of sympathetic scale so as not to overshadow or over-dominate them. We would also add that would also be applicable to those assets, the ones that are keyed in the diagram. They shouldn't need to be listed again in the text if they're highlighted. And then it should say redevelopment should retain and enhance these assets in terms of the full buildings themselves and their material and visual settings, and should not build on top of them or within their setting at a relative height greater than 45 degrees. That's one proposal we'd make to make this a lot clearer. There's the impact. A conservation area is, in a sense, an asset in itself. So we would also say that under that text, to be sound at the moment, it says sensitive to the surrounding context and sustain and enhance the setting of the Bermondsey Street Conservation Area to the east. As Mr. Sakara says, it's just bordering that. We would say that to be sound, it should say specifically the site is directly adjacent to the northwest arm of the Bermondsey Street Conservation Area sub-area 3, because that can direct you to the right place in the document. Proposals for the site should act as a sensitive gateway to the historic area, stepping down to the characteristic 4 to 6 story scale. That would tie in with the tall buildings approach we're proposing, and enhance the views of the Fanning Street Warehouse and Horseshoe Pub from the west along Melia Street and from the south along Melia Place, as identified in the appraisal. That would be our proposals for making this more sound, or making this sound, I should say.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Yeah, I understand. Can I hear from Mr. Skillen, please?
Yes, I just wanted to make the point that the area vision itself mentions place marks, which was a project that we worked on with local residents from instigated by residents in Bermondsey, and we did it with our businesses and with visitors. And that basically is about recognising that the rich heritage of this area and all the kind of new contemporary kind of development that will happen in the area, you should really kind of recognise that heritage, and whether that is about restoration or just framing or identifying or building a new public artwork or a new interesting design in response to that. That's what the place marks mentioned are for. And so that's something that through the planning process that we and others are able to comment on. And for example, in this specific site allocation, I know the route was done to kind of frame the church much better and to align with the arches opposite. So that was an example of where that might happen, as well as the community garden itself being identified.
Thank you, Mr. Skillen. I'll come back to the council to give you a final opportunity to respond to anything you've heard before we do need to move on.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. All we would say is that we have talked about, and potentially Seymour has highlighted that we would want to map the locally listed buildings, and that would certainly be picked up in this in future, and that would be certainly highlighted in a map like this of the site going forward.
Yes, you already explained earlier in the examination that is something you're working on, but it's not yet at a point by which it's confirmed. So therefore, you at this moment in time, you don't technically have locally listed buildings, but that's something you're working towards. Okay. Okay, I'm clear on all of that. On the basis of time, then I'm afraid we're going to need to move on to NSP 51. Again, this was another, we've sort of partly covered this, I think, in the round. And what I'm trying to sort of, what I'm going to sort of ask is, really is, we've sort of perhaps exposed that there is a need for another look again at the specific text that's included in both 50 and 51. In regards to taller buildings and the points that have been made in terms of the step down and how the wording specifically in the site location requirements reflect the council's intentions. And I think you said you wanted to go away and think about that. And I think we've heard obviously a number of participants raise the issues in terms of their thoughts on whether written description of the change in heights and the graduation of height between various parts of the site and its setting and context beyond need to be considered. So I don't think I've probably got anything new that I wanted to inquire on that, because I think I know what you're going to say. But I think we as we have discussed, that you are going to need to have to go away and have another look at that. We've covered, I think we've actually picked that up as part of the unpicking the mystery in terms of planning status of the planning applications. So you've got one under consideration and one there that is referred to the mayor. So I think that's clear. And unless there's any other update on that, your EIP 82A is quite recent, isn't it? So I'm guessing there's not been anything further you need to update us on in that regard. So what I wanted to cover, I put down the approach and requirements for open space, but I can see Mr. O'Connor's got his hand up in respect to the point on tall buildings. So what I'm really interested to hear is any sort of new points that are perhaps specific to this site, rather than perhaps the general points that we've discussed over the course of the afternoons. We don't need to
Yes.
for the sake of it. So I'll give Mr. O'Connor the opportunity now to make his points.
The one sentence version is the approach to tall buildings text should be updated so that redevelopment of the site should be limited from 12 to 4 stories, stepping down from the west to the east. That's our proposal for how it could be done. I can expand on that with a tiny bit more detail, but if you like.
If you want to just succinctly give
me planning applications 18 AP 4171 and 19 AP 0404 were refused and suspended on this site due to the inappropriate scale in relation to the conservation area. In the context of the gardens we've talked about, St Thomas Street, the listed railway arches, the conservation area, including the Fenning Street warehouses, the Horseshoe Pub, Vinegar Yard Warehouse. I'm mentioning these because they're not highlighted on the key. In the context of those, and given the required open space, we think comprehensive redevelopment of the site could be limited to 6 to 12 stories on the northwest corner, St Thomas Street and Fenning Street, and 4 to 8 stories on the northeast corner, either side of Vinegar Yard, where it joins St Thomas Street, stepping down to the east. That would also retain the historic urban grain, because there used to be 2 warehouses on that corner, and that's part of the way that the GLA think about how you do capacity. You look at the historic plans and try and make Vinegar Yard something again. So the Vinegar Yard warehouse, actually, that's heritage assets, but that's on tall buildings. That's as much detail as I think I can give.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, I didn't have specifically. I didn't have any questions necessarily on heritage assets beyond those that I've probably already asked. So, but I'll give participants the opportunity to do that at the end of this NSP 51. I just wanted to. I had a couple of questions on open space. You'd obviously. I'm not going to go through the justification for this 15% because we've covered that several times throughout the course of last week. What I was trying to understand was whether the council had any intention of requiring any kind of relationship between the open space to be provided on NSP 51 and the Mellier Street community gardens, and whether there was the intention for there to be some kind of adjacent provision for wider reasons, biodiversity, placemaking, whatever those be. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but whether there was, I'll leave it there. Do you want to sort of tell me the basis of that, Mr. or Mr. Sikaris?
Thank you, sir. If I can just mention that the sites, as you can see, are aligned along the southern side of St Thomas Street, and and the principles that we embedded in the site allocations is a sort of to encourage north-south permeability, to avoid them becoming almost stopping off or blocking the sort of north-south permeability, particularly with the opening up of the station. And in that respect, the point that Mr. O'Connor highlighted, Vinegar Yard is a little lane that connects east to west, and so we expect that sort of permeability east to west could be continued across the sites, but we didn't specifically expect a public space to be linked to the Mellier Street Gardens on this site. The site allocation talks about 15% open space to be provided on the site. It can be then deployed in a way that's suitable and appropriate, and also maximizes the opportunity for north-south permeability. So the scheme that is coming, that is now being considered by the we believe is going to come forward and well, has been referred to the mayor, and the mayor's looking into that, seeks to do that, to provide 15%, at least 15% open space, but it's not necessarily linked to the Mellier Street Gardens.
Thank you, Mr. Sikaris. That's useful background there. Okay, that's helpful. I think in this case, if that's the intention, then at least we have in the must requirements, the open space is mentioned in this occasion. So I'll invite participants to make the points on the open space matter now. So Mr. O'Connor.
Thank you. Open space. So in the diagram, we say that there should be the north-south link from St Thomas Street to the Horseshoe Pub, parallel with Fenning Street. A north-south link from St Thomas Street to Mellier Place should align with the Vinegar Yard to reinstate the historic street pattern, because it actually it curls up and hits St Thomas Street. A west-east link from Fenning Street north of the warehouse building, which is the location of a 19th century alley. And also on the diagram, there could be a new public space indicated of 800 to 1,000 square metres northeast of the Horseshoe pub. So that would follow that on redevelopment of the site must, in the text, 2 of those links I mentioned should be at the must, and then must provide a new open space of at least 20 to 25% of the area directly north and northeast of the Horseshoe pub. The only thing I'd add to that is that it may be part of the monitoring conversation, but we think that a fact-based audit should inform more differentiated B-class and social infrastructure requirements, but that would also help identify more clearly what how the open space should be located, because that's how you make the opportunity that was listed in here in the methodology years ago was that there should be a site here of an open space of 1,000 square meters at one point, but I think that maybe the site allocation was slightly larger then, it was still 15%. But the reason was not just the lack of open space in the area, but it was the opportunity for different people to mix. And I think that without that fact-based audit, the open space isn't being framed well enough to make the most of this opportunity to allow people to mix in the area.
Thank you. Mr. Gray next, please. Oh. I think you're on mute, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, as a point of clarification, I'd like to know what it's suggested that the Mellier Street Community Garden represents by way of a percentage at the moment. Is it suggested that that is 15% of the site at the moment, or is it not being considered as a reference point in terms of size of open space?
Just to be clear, we have explored over the course of the number of sessions that the council is now going to put into the policies as a factual update the square meterage of open space that's required on those sites where it's asking 15%. And obviously, I think as part of the modification that I've suggested in terms of NSP 50, in terms of the presence of the existing open space, that along with all the council's taking the approach of existing uses have got their floor space set out in square meters. I think the open space should be captured in the same way. So I think that is what's necessary at the moment. So that has been discussed and covered.
Sorry to hold you up, but I'd just like to know whether the open space of Mellier Street Garden is suggested to expand or contract. Just one word.
Well, I'll give the council the option. My understanding is that you're seeking, in the first instance, to reprovide effectively the same amount, either to not move it or for it to be the same size as a minimum. Is that correct?
That's correct, sir.
And that will be, and that square meterage of the existing will be spelled out in the policy for that purpose.
That's correct, sir.
And is that open space from which, if you look up, you see the sky?
I think we've probably covered that point, and we have moved on with the agenda. But I understand. I still don't know
the answer. It's just yes or no.
Ms. Seymour, I'll give you the opportunity to come back on this one. Then we are going to move on, and we're going to carry on with NSP 51, please.
It's open space of the same or improved quality as it is now. We don't measure it as by looking up to the sky.
Okay, thank you.
So it could be windows.
We're going to move on, Mr. Gray. I think I've recorded your point and I understand it. So if I can now hear from Mr. Skillen, please, on this.
Yes, so on this open space point, I think it indicates it in the area vision again, but not in the site allocation, that there will be greening of buildings in new development in this area. And the reason that we're very supportive of that, as I've mentioned in my previous point, and you can see one of the living walls in the area on my profile picture, is that it really, when there are tall buildings and in the area, that greening of the buildings, and that means roofs, walls, the different levels, really provides kind of well-being and amenity for people in a kind of dense urban area. So I think it's important not just to mention the open space itself, but the greening of the wider area and the feel that provides to the area.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Skillen. Mr. Lee, briefly, and then Mr. O'Connor, very briefly, because we do need to move things along a bit. So, Mr. Lee, please.
Having listened to people's evidence on this site with regard to both the open space at heritage tall buildings, I would like to register that whether this site is viable, can it actually achieve all the aspirations that are being heard around this table? I mean, this is the site that's nearest to the residential community on Snowsfields and nearest to the school. I would like to really question whether this site proceeds, because I don't see how it can be viable if one gives the protection that's needed to heritage and also the protection to all the open space issues. Trees too, there's a lot of existing trees in the area, and I'm not convinced that these are going to be protected. This site only contributes later on in the housing supply trajectory. I think it's years 6 to 15, 121 proposed, whereas the other site with number 50 is over 360 in years 1 to 5, a much bigger contribution. Given the sites that aren't mentioned that bring forward 161 council houses in the area and just haven't been mentioned at all, I would question whether this site actually helps what we're all trying to achieve in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Mr. O'Connor, briefly, if it's a new point.
Yeah, just a point of correction. I read the wrong sentence. One of the 3 connectivity routes that I said should be that I mentioned, 2 of them were in the must, and one was provide a new north-south link from St Thomas Street to the Horseshoe Pub, and I meant to say that should extend, as in a similar point to the way Mr. Lee talked about it in the previous allocation. There's an opportunity there to extend that down Melia Place to the Snowsfields Primary School Nature Garden. I mean, the diagram there, it's got 2 green spaces on the map. One of them is going to be moved somewhere else, apparently, but there's a real opportunity here to promote the climate emergency issues by making these quite simple musts for these links, which actually connect some of these green spaces. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. I'm going to give the council an opportunity to provide any comments on what you've just heard.
Just on the urban greening factor, so we need to implement the London Plan factor until we prepare our own, and we are going to be preparing our own now.
Okay. I had nothing else that I wanted to ask on NSP 51. We have sort of in the round, and participants have had an opportunity to raise their points on heritage, but I will allow very brief final points to be made on points on NSP 51 in that regard before we move on. I just wanted to canvass from the council's perspective. It's now 5 o'clock. Are you okay to carry on, as we've obviously got another site we still need to go through? Do you have any issues with carrying on a bit longer?
I have a meeting at 5:30, so I have a member briefing, but other than that I can carry on. I don't know about Mr. Zukaris.
I can carry on till 5:30 if that's okay, sir.
And I think for the benefit of other participants, I think we need to be focused with getting done by 5:30 in mind. So I didn't see, I saw a hand briefly go up and then it disappeared again. So this is a sort of final call for any points on NSP 51, because we do then really have to move on. Mr. O'Connor.
Thanks. There's some repetition for the other site, but in specific terms, as I said, the applications for this site were refused and suspended due to their inappropriate scale in relation to the conservation area. They also are inappropriate because they exceed the projected FAR ratio by 220%. So our proposal is for the impacts to buildings or the impacts to listed buildings or undesignated heritage assets text, or the impacts to the conservation area text should be updated to say that any redevelopment must retain and enhance the assets. So the listed arches, the horseshoe pub, the vinegar warehouse, the conservation area itself, in terms of the full structures and fabric and their material and visual settings, rather than just the townscape settings. Mr. Gray referred earlier to how the last one was recommended for approval by driving a tower through the heritage asset. So we don't want that to happen, and that's why it might seem like you wouldn't need to say it, but we think it should say redevelopment must not build on top of the assets or within their setting at a relative height beyond 45 degrees. The other suggestion, final one, is the impacts conservation area text should be updated to state that the site is partially within and near to sub-areas 3 and 1 of the Bermondsey Street Conservation Area. They have different characteristics. Proposals for the site should act as a sensitive gateway by stepping down to the characteristic 4 to 6 story scale and protect and enhance the views I mentioned before. And also the views of the Vinegar Yard warehouse from St Thomas Street to the northwest, and from the top of Snowsfields, the junction of Bermondsey Street and Crucifix Lane to the northeast. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. O'Connor. That's helpful. If any other participants have any other points on that, I'll speak now or forever hold your peace. If not, I'm going to come back to the council and give them the opportunity for any final points on Mr. Gray, briefly, please.
Just very quickly, the railway arches that run into London Bridge Station that line St Thomas Street on the north side are actually listed, are a particularly notable feature. And I think if there's going to be regard paid to the heritage in a way that hasn't been so far, it wouldn't be complete without at least some reference to how developments along the south side of Snowsfields speak to the notable asset that is the listed arches along the north side. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Gray. I'll give the council a final opportunity for any points that you want to raise on an SP51 or anything responses. As I say, I think just to be clear, I think I've indicated obviously we need to have a look at those points in terms of the step down and the approach in terms of NSP 50 and 51. As I say, I'm not a great lover of making up precise wording on the fly, as it's something that needs to be very carefully considered. But I'm flagging it now as a main modification for everyone's clarity and benefit. So with that in mind, I'm going to then move on to NSP 52, which is Colchurch House. I didn't have, you'll all be pleased to know at this relatively late hour in the day, I didn't actually have a huge amount that I wanted to ask on this, but there may be points from participants. I think this is another one of those policies where you've obviously now provided the document in terms of the changes to the use classes order. I think this is one of those policies which is most particularly affected by that, as there's quite a bit of existing wording in there in the document that refers to it. So there are going to need to be changes there. So I'll just remind myself that there's modifications for use classes order. From the council's perspective, are there any other implications arising from that?
Well, yeah, I just would like to update you. So there's now a planning application in for this site, 20 AP, and that it says 3013, but I don't think that's right. So I just need to check that that's a typo, I think. I just need to, but I do have the information here. So for the proposed scheme, they're proposing a bar sui generis of 20 square metres, a theatre sui generis for 3194, a gym class E for 530, retail class E for 552, and then another class E for 717, F&B, office class E 46799, for a total of 51,812 square metres. So we do have that application in at the moment. I just needed to update you on that, because 82A says we have an application, but it didn't have the actual figures that were being proposed. So as you can see, there's quite a wide range of class E that's coming in, and in the site allocation, there's quite a wide range as well. So we've updated that in our notes.
Yes, okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. Yes, I mean, in due course, there may be a need for some further amendments to EIP 82A or anything like that. So if you happen to come across the correct application reference, then you can provide that in due course. Ms. Seymour, if you think 3013 wasn't correct.
Yeah.
I think again, I put the sub bullet point about the quantum of different uses on site in regards to the use classes order. I think that was again probably a legacy point on the agenda, in terms of that was before I'd received your use classes paper and note form for the site allocations. Obviously, we had the general one for the strategic and development management policies, but we hadn't had I think Ms. Seymour's cyber hackers have perhaps interrupted her stream. What we'll do before, I'm not quite sure if I've got a bit of feedback as well from somebody who might have a microphone on, but
sorry, I just put my microphone on to say I haven't seen her trying to get back in. As soon as she does, I'll let her in.
Okay, well, what we'll do is we'll perhaps just have a bit of we won't carry on with the discussion for the moment, because obviously Ms. Seymour is I think a key participant in this session. And right on cue, I can see her attempting to rejoin the session. Ms. Seymour, are you there? Are you able to join us? You look like you've joined the meeting.
She may be transferring over to her iPad, I think.
Right, okay.
So give her a second.
I think we've lost Ms. Seymour again. Perhaps this is as a result of her changing her IT equipment over.
Yeah, sorry, she's gone again.
Okay. We'll just give Ms. Seymour another couple of minutes. Ms. Seymour, you're back, but I can't hear you now.
Sorry, sir. I don't know what's happening today. I'm really sorry about that.
Perhaps we've inadvertently triggered some keywords for your cyber attackers, Ms. Seymour.
Sorry, you were just going to ask a question about Colchurch House, sir.
Yes, I think we've probably done the Class E point. It was just about you can send through the updated if you have a concern that planning application reference isn't correct. So obviously you can send that through in due course. So I think that's probably covered my my points on the different uses on sites, and I put other requirements. Again, whether there was a case for this site, whether there was anything from the St Thomas Street social regeneration charter that needed to be included within NSP 52. From the council's perspective, is your response the same as previously in terms of you feel you've covered everything? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I had a minor query on obviously the site requirements talk about the scheme being within the district town centre. Is it just within the town centre, not just within a primary shopping area within the town centre? Is that right?
In London Bridge town centre.
Yeah.
Town centre.
It was in the, yes, it says within London Bridge District Town Centre, but was it any primary shopping area within that, or was it just sort of within a?
Oh, sorry, sir. No, there is. I mean, there are some ground floor retail shops there, but I don't think it's a I don't think it's primary shopping area.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you. I think that's probably all of my questions. Actually, I think we've probably covered most of what I was going to ask in some way, shape, or form. Otherwise, across the course of the examination or through matters, issues, and questions. So, what I'll do then is I'll give participants the opportunity to make any points on this particular site now. I wasn't necessarily expecting any, but if there are any, please use your raise hand function now. No. In that case, we have actually reached the end of what I wanted to go through this afternoon. I'd like to thank everyone for their contributions and for getting through everything. We have actually managed to get through a lot of ground on this one. There are obviously quite a few points where there are various actions for the council, things to think about, and some potential modifications, some of which you're going to need to go away and think about, some of which myself I'm going to have to go away and think about as well. But obviously we'll provide an update to the actions list in due course.
Sorry, sir, could I just correct myself? I've just been double checking my note, and it is a primary shopping frontage, Colchurch House. Sorry, I knew there were shops on the ground floor, so I just went back and checked. And it is a primary shopping frontage. Sorry, sir.
That's okay. I mean, historically, I think you haven't provided that in the second half of most of the policies, have you to date, or do you? I think you do.
No, we don't. But we can. I mean, we can add that information if you think it would be helpful.
I think that's probably one of those areas where it's not necessary for soundness, on the basis that if it's already designated, you're proposing to retain it.
Okay.
Then that would be an update, because they're all shown on the policies map in any event, aren't they? And they're linked through to the retail policies. So I think it's just useful from my perspective, obviously, because this is one of the sites that's also quite particularly related and has former A-class uses in the must requirement. So I was just trying to be clear in my understanding of what the position is. I can see Mr. O'Connor's hand up. So Mr. O'Connor, if you had a final point you wanted to raise before we close for this.
It was a point of clarification about the area vision maps boundary process, but I also, if you forgive me, when I was giving my points, I was putting them all in the redevelopment must and in the tall buildings and the impacts on listed buildings and conservation area. But as I think is reflected in our written statements, but again, I thought this statement of common ground might get through, that some of this needs to be reflected in the design and accessibility guidance text as well in the allocations, in our opinion. So that's in terms of the from the B class diversity to the points about the retention of fabric of assets and about those specific points about scale. I mean, maybe the scale is too much detail for there, but the specific points about scale can be in the other ones. But in terms of the area vision, the council, can you remind us what the process is? Because the council are going to forward their new maps, and I think it wasn't part of a statement of common ground process, but did you say that we could also show what we think the character change really is through sending that one document?
Right. What I specifically asked for is, at the moment, the council's provided us with two maps: EIP 181, which is the existing, and then EIP 181A, which is their proposed amendment. What I've asked for is a simple map showing both of those overlain on top of each other, ideally with the areas of change shown as a dotted line or similar. So it's absolutely black and white, crystal clear in terms of what the existing is versus what the proposed is. I think at this stage, as I say, I've not reached any views on whether those changes are indeed necessary for soundness, but I wanted the council to provide those maps so that we're all clear, rather than having to look at two separate
on that borough scale. Because I think what the council have actually made but not shown is detailed maps that have boundaries, and we have a different view on those. And as Mr. Lee expressed, that point of view changed halfway through. So
yes, I mean, has the council done what I call insets of these vision maps? Then some zoomed in ones. I'm happy if you want to provide the overlain borough-wide map, but I'd also, if you're going to provide what I call the inset plans at more detail, I'd still want to see the existing versus the proposed, with the proposed changes shown dotted for everything you provide. So if it's in the borough-wide one, I'd like to see it in the inset one as well, if that's clear for everyone.
I just want to raise a point that I don't think there was a boundary to begin with. That's why there may be a bit of trouble.
Right. Was the area of, there was an area vision, let me find it.
The area vision map in the plan doesn't have a boundary. That's why there's a.
That was proposed earlier in the examination, wasn't it, in terms of
Yes, sir. The 181 was proposed earlier in the examination, and then there was one amendment, which was where the Bermondsey Village Neighbourhood Forum area should go, and whether it should be within London Bridge or within Bermondsey. Because the 181 is very similar to the policies map, which is in the plan on page
21.
Yeah, on page 21. So the policies map is here with the different areas. So 181 just put the lines where these areas were, and then this one, for this particular area, you'll see where the London Bridge line goes through the centre of the OBVNF neighbourhood area. So then the question was just for this one, there's no change to anything else, was whether it should go along snowfields or down to the south of the neighbourhood forum area. So whether it should go to the north of the neighbourhood forum area or to the south of the neighbourhood forum area, and that's the change which we were discussing earlier.
Yes, because the map that's shown on page 21 was included within the council's proposed change consultation of last year, wasn't it?
That's right, sir.
Yes, so that's been seen. So from my perspective, as long as whatever you're providing is clear, showing the proposed versus, sorry, the version that's on 21. Just let's be absolutely crystal clear. The map that's on page 21 is exactly the same as EIP 181, but EIP 181 is lines, not colours. Is that right?
Except the only place
the forum areas.
The only place I think it might be different is this one boundary for the neighbourhood forum, because I think we
the neighbourhood forum maps weren't on that that map in page 21, were they?
No, they weren't. No.
So Okay, so you're going to provide the borough-wide plan as per the council's proposed change version and the version in EIP 181A, and you're going to show a dash line or some way of showing the proposed differences between the two of them.
Yes,
You're going to provide me with maps of the inset areas
yes.
that you're seeking to change, again with dots to show what's currently subject to the CP, I'll call it the CPC, the council's proposed change consultation, and
Yes.
what you've put forward this month.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you for that. Hopefully that answers Mr. O'Connor's question. And again, as I say, I don't want to. I've not made any informed any views on whether those are required for soundness. And obviously, if they are going to be required for soundness, then clearly they would be subject to consultation as part of main modifications. Is that clear, Mr. O'Connor?
Yeah, my understanding at the beginning of the conversation was that you were okay if we also sent our simple document of that character difference where we think it lies.
Was that an existing sort of published evidence document that's been?
It is something that is not included in the council's EIP reference that I've now checked about how the boundary area was considered. So it would be good to. It's literally 4 photos or 6 photos. So I don't know.
And was that ever part of the forum's submission for the neighbourhood forum boundary designation or anything? What I'm just trying to understand is who's seen it, Mr. O'Connor. That's the question I've got.
It's not been part of the evidence for the plan, so for the examination so far. But because this change is so significant, because it's going all the way from Bermondsey to Borough High Street, we just thought maybe if we can't even get the statement of common ground to you, we could just show you this piece of evidence.
It's not normally the case that we would accept additional evidence at this stage in the process. What I'm trying to understand is whether it's perhaps something that you may wish to include as part of any response on any main modifications consultation, or whether it's necessary for the examination to see it now.
Well, I don't know if you can remember from being there, but we have such a difference of opinion about where that character changes that it feels really important to us. Yeah.
I mean, if the council is content for this to be submitted, then I think in this case it perhaps helps the parties. I'm happy for it to be sent through in this instance.
Yes, so we did talk about it.
Be very clear that, as I say, this is all prefaced on the basis that I haven't reached any conclusions on this matter. So, okay, well, send that through to the programme officer then, Mr. O'Connor, please.
Thank you.
Let's put that down as an action. Okay. If I can hear from Mr. Lee briefly then, please.
I also have a related process issue. At the moment, I live in London Bridge area, and I've been devoting my attention to the sites and the vision because I felt I lived in London Bridge. I've given no thought throughout the process to living in Bermondsey. So my question really is that if you so decide that actually myself and my neighbours now live in the Bermondsey area, if you were to decide, wouldn't it be fair that we had the opportunity to be able to comment on the Bermondsey area vision and its site allocations, which I've not had the opportunity to do at all? It would just seem an unfair process that if you did decide to go down that route, that I've had no opportunity whatsoever because I didn't think I lived in that area. You know, so I mean, one way out would be presumably to have a reconvening of the Bermondsey hearing session after the main modification process, or something, something that would actually empower people and not just simply deprive us of our say.
But I think, Mr. Lee, it's fair to say that participants are obviously entitled to make comments on policies or site allocations in respect of soundness, regardless of whether they live there or not. So from that perspective, I'm not sure there's an issue, and you would have been able to have done that through the pre-submission publication periods. But I think you raised an interesting point. But as I say, I've not made any conclusions on any of this at the moment. So from that side of things, I think we're perhaps talking slightly academically. I also need to be clear as well that obviously if it were to be concluded that there needed to be changes, these would obviously be subject to consultation. And I think I've been very clear on that. So hopefully everyone understands what the simple information I'm trying to unpick in terms of what's been proposed and what's existing versus any conclusions that I might or indeed might not reach. Mr. O'Connor, if this is the final point on this, and then I think we're drawing this one to a close.
So sorry, I was just reviewing stuff in my head, and I thought we've said that there isn't an opportunity area framework. There's not a framework for the area, and we've put across that we'd happy for there to be a framework on any scale, including those site allocations. Lots of different geographies could work. We just want a framework. We're happy to collaborate. But I just want to pick up, because I think Ms. Seymour replied and said London Bridge is being monitored. And I didn't understand how that was happening. And I'm picking that up because I really don't know what it means. Because I think Mr. Lee stated there in the GLA, it says it's not being monitored. So if there isn't a framework, how is it being monitored?
So in the monitoring,
I don't want to sort of prolong the debate on monitoring that's going to potentially come up later in the week. From my perspective, well, I'll ask this as a question to the council briefly before we finish, but essentially what I understood from your comment, Ms. Seymour, was that the GLA themselves don't directly monitor it, but on behalf of the council, London Borough of Southwark, you undertake all the necessary monitoring for that area. It is not left unmonitored, it's just who does it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hopefully that's clear for everyone. It's a case of who does the nitty-gritty of the monitoring rather than does it get done, I think. So hopefully everyone's clear on that position. I've got nothing else I want to ask, and we are sort of staring down the barrel of 5:30. So unless there's any very final points, I'm going to now bring the session to a close and thank everybody. For anyone else who isn't coming to any other further sessions of the examination, thank you for your time and your inputs. And otherwise, the session is now closed.